เหรอ
Hi everybody! How we doing? We got the music going. Congratulations Melissa on first. This is a heck of a change of energy suddenly. Song. Congratulations Squidsurf on it's loud music? Let me turn it down, hold on. That is really loud. Why is that so loud? I turned that down even. There we go. Let's put it down there. I apologize for that. Hi everybody! Congrats Squidsurf on being the cooler first. Hi Joy. Hi Mika. Sorry for the loud music. Don't simply walk in and steal my blowhigh. One does not simply walk in and steal your blowhigh. Welcome everybody. Today was gonna be I was gonna be doing a collab with Jen today, but Jen had to cancel, so instead we're gonna just be doing some art. Which I've been meaning to do for weeks, and I keep putting off. Art good, yeah, art good. I have a sore neck. I slept weird, I think, and my neck hurts. Fortunately, it didn't give me a headache like it usually does, so we should be okay. But I gotta keep an eye on that. I'm not removing my neck. I know that's your usual solution. I need to work out a better way to segue into the music here, because that was a little much today. I think having it this quiet is good, though. Necks aren't... What do you mean necks aren't necessary? Necks are absolutely necessary. I need my neck. I need that for bending. So I hope everyone's been having a good day. Certain things in a neck are not the neck it's... What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? Your day exists? Mine too, honestly. I woke up a while ago and I could not tell you what I have done since then. Your day's a Thursday? You don't want me to explain what I mean unless you want an anatomy lesson. I don't really want an anatomy lesson right now. I'm not gonna lie. My Blue Sky notifications have been messed up for the past, week. So, about a week ago, maybe a little bit over a week now, when was it? 28th of February, okay. So a little under a week. A little under a week ago. I woke up at 6 a.m. or something, and my brain just put together this weird poem about Gen AI. And I posted it to Blue Sky while half asleep. I think it was I think I woke up at 10 a.m., wrote it down, at 6 a.m., wrote it down, went back to sleep, woke up at 10 a.m. and posted it to Blue Sky. And it kind of took off in a way I wasn't expecting. I turn away from Blue Sky for 30 seconds and I have 30 notifications. It's been hard to keep up. And it kind of exploded again this morning, I think. So I'm kind of struggling to keep up with my notifications right now. Well, I hope everyone else is having a good day at least. My day exists. I don't really know what's been going on with it. I forgot I added this to my playlist. Just kind of vibing, me too. So, I didn't have art planned initially today, and I was wondering what I was going to draw. And then I remembered that the other day I sketched out a little promo image for my Ocarina of Time blindfold run, which I still need to do. It's probably not going to be till after my birthday, which I know means it's been a full year since I promised to do that, but you know, that's fine. I'll do it. I did promise to do it. But I sketched out a little promo image, and I want to draw that up properly, so I think that's what we're going to be doing today. Just a couple of things you need to adulting-wise. You must just think about exactly how things will go for D&D things. D&D things are, they're in a state right now. I'm really concerned about where that's going. For those who are not in my private D&D game, we've been fighting hags in the Feywilds lately in that game. And we recently fought one that had like a bunch of like rot and stuff. I was joking that they were basically Melania. They were not as hard as Melania, unfortunately. Wait, Ad Manager broke. Oh well, it does that sometimes. Yeah, we're basically fighting this thing, and two of our party members got kind of rotted, effectively. Which, is a problem, because we only have one cure. We've only got one cure, and we've got two people who are infected with rot right now, so I don't know how that's gonna go. Yeah, so, Melania. Melania, then. I mean, yes, I know, but I'm being somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but yes. Hi, Maddie. Do I need to explain Melania's law? You don't need to explain Melania's law. I understand Melania's law. I know you can. We've discussed it at length before. I do love TTRPGs. I have like a bunch in the like I have like a bunch of TTRPG things in the like backlog right now. There's like one other private game I have a character for. There's one private game I'm planning to run, and then there's one streamed game that I have a player character for, and I'm really looking forward to that. I've always wanted to do like D&D and TTRPG streams, but I've never really been able to, so I'm really looking forward to being able to like be a part of one of those. I don't think it's gonna be run on my channel, but that's fine. Alright, what do we get on with some drawing? And we can yap while I do that. I know I know I've been liking to try and get the yapping a little bit longer lately, but there's no real reason to when we have art going on, because I could just yap while we art. So let me bring up CSP. Alright. So, let me what are we doing? Wait a second. Did I do it in the wrong... I think I did it in the... I drew it in the wrong program. I didn't draw it in CSP. I use CSP and Krita, because Krita has like a system for like filter things. And I think I just wanted to draw a mock-up, so I just opened up Krita and plugged it into there rather than opening up CSP, so I think I have it in the wrong program. So I'm opening up CSP so I can, wait, there it is. So I can save it as a PNG and then draw over it. Hi, Wolfwings! Actually, you know, I shouldn't save it as a PNG. Ugh. Well, my layouts got messed up because I was experimenting with something. I am doing well today. I should do this layer at a time so I can more easily do things. So, what am I drawing? I'm drawing a promo image for my eventual Ocarina of Time blindfolded runs, which I'm gonna try and do. So I'm just getting the mock-up, which I drew in Krita, imported into CSP. Maybe if I can just copy the layers directly. Let's see. Does not look like it. Okay. Oh, no, I can. It just pastes it as a single layer. Okay. We'll do it one at a time then. So, let me... Okay, well, we'll need to adjust these in a little bit. Dang it, this song always makes me sad. That's our boy. Is it that way around? I think it's that. Yeah, it's our boy. No, wrong.
When you play with fire.
Fusion!
The fastest hands in the Fire Worlds.
Thank you for the sub, Fusion! That's a whole 15 months. That's a lot of months. I know you... Fusion, I know you don't exactly... You're not exactly swimming in money. So I really do appreciate the sub there. That is... It helps a lot. Genuinely. Thank you. That's our boy. Yes. And that's me. So, the concept of this little sketch is that we've got our boy who is causing problems on purpose or by accident. Just do it like that. And then we've got me, who is struggling to keep control because she's blindfolded. That's the idea. So this is the little sketch that I drew, just as a mock-up, basically. And I want to draw this out properly with like a bit more detail. So what we're gonna do, I think, is group this all up, lower the opacity of the whole group. And that's our mock-up layer. And then I think we're going to start with drawing Link. We'll start with drawing the boy himself. So the idea is, obviously this is meant to be young Link. And this is not a super accurate young Link, so I think we want to do it with a pencil. So the basic idea... Wait, I've done his head too small. Kind of needs to be that kind of shape. And that's the middle point, I think. That. Yeah. Whispering to Link to set the town on fire. Not quite. I think we want it like that, actually. So he's looking kind of upwards. There we go. That looks good. That's the basic idea. And then hair-wise, this is Ocarina of Time Link. So he actually has like a peak like that, which splits into these two like hair loops, I guess. They're kind of like this. It's a little exaggerated, but this is more or less how his hair works. You want a new Zelda game? I kind of want a new Zelda game. I kind of want a new Zelda game that isn't just another Tears of the Kingdom, if you see what I mean. And then he has his hat. Mostly for a new cute Zelda? Yeah. I mean, we like our Twink Boy. But he's no Zelda. I think this actually needs to come out here a little bit more. Just gonna. What are you top-down sprite-based Zelda game made from the ground up? That's totally fair. My first Zelda game was Ocarina of Time, so like my wish for Zelda, like my ideal Zelda is one of the 3D ones, basically. Move this up a little bit so we can get a little bit of neck in there. Because young Link actually has a collar. Something you've realized for some reason at yourself, you have an unhealthy love of Zelda? That's fair, honestly. No, Zelda's cool. So Link has this kind of like collared tunic. Like that. But we kind of want to get an idea of like roughly where his spine is, and it's too far back right there. He needs to move forwards a bit. There we go. Let's go with that. And we've got to kind of... I'll draw over this again. I'm just kind of like drawing rough details. So we kind of want to draw like... I'm not very good at like the like torso shapes. I think it is basically that you actually kind of have these two overlapping triangles. It's the kind of idea. You've got like torso here, and then you've got like hips here. I think that's kind of the idea. Like, I want this to be pretty stylized. And having him with like these very straight arms, I think is kind of fun. You need a routine to make you take it back when you deride yourself. I'm not deriding myself, I'm just being realistic. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just about practice. I just gotta practice. The arm is too long. His arm's length should be about this long. That's his arm length. So what we probably want is about here. And do this as kind of like these teardrop shapes, because that's kind of how arms are. They're kind of like that. His thumb would be facing up there, I think. I kind of want him to just kind of be waving his sword around. Like he's not really paying attention to what he's doing. It's not a bad technique, especially if we're not going for super realistic anatomy. Yeah, exactly. I think we kind of want it like... Yeah, let's do it like that. So he's just kind of holding his sword kind of upright. It's kind of going like... He's just kind of like, yeah, I'm adventuring. And the actual tunic's probably going to come down here. These hips are a little too thin, I think. We kind of want that kind of width. We've got to give him thicker hips. You'd say a joke went on for this character? Fair. This character is like 9, so... Don't worry, you'll have an opportunity, because I'll be drawing me in a bit. So I kind of want... It's kind of like that, I think. So kind of facing forwards a little bit. And then this is kind of... like this. And then exactly the opposite with this foot facing backwards. So it's like that. It's a little too big. Yeah, this is kind of doing his steppies. I think what I actually want to do though is... Why is that so tall? Why is that so tall? Eh. I'm just really struggling. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Why is it so tall? Weird. So I actually want to skew this slightly. Ah! It's making... The size of this is making it really slow. I just want to do that a little bit. I don't know why it's being so, like, tall. Hold on, let me just do this. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. Why is it so big? Why is the transform window so big? I think his arms are still too long, or at least this rear arm is too long. It's doing more like that, I think. This isn't quite right either. This needs to be like... It's just like a little too compact. Like, this stage is extremely rough, so I don't mind like breaking up lines and things as long as I get a rough idea of where things are. It's more like that, I think. Yeah. Right, let's go on to the like slightly cleaner lines. Not clean lines yet, we're just cleaning up. So we're getting like a rough like actual line shape. I actually really like the shape there. I really like that shape. He has no thoughts behind his eyes. Okay. Just exaggerate the hair a little more even. Is that right? That doesn't look right to me. I know it needs to like come from behind there, so it folds over like that. It's kind of here that I'm a little bit not sure how to do it. I think it needs to actually go like this. No, that doesn't look right either. I gotta think about this in 3D. So the shape I'm kind of going for is it's kind of like this like 3-part triangle shape like this. I'm not removing the hair, if that's what you're about to say. Alright, I think it's time to get some reference pictures. What if Link had tentacles? He doesn't have tentacles in this one, unfortunately. Alright, I gotta get some reference images. Actually, this is a very good reference image. Great. Why not give him tentacles? Because I don't think it's relevant. Okay. Alright, I think I need to rework the hair a little bit. Just generally. There we go. Okay. So the idea... So he has like a... First of all, he's got like these little bits here, which help to mask the edges of the hair. And then this kind of goes around like that. Okay, hold on. So that kind of goes around like that, actually. That, and then it kind of comes... Okay, I see how this works. So it's kind of like that, even. Okay, and then this kind of goes up here.
As your lawyer, I believe that under Article 5 of the Squid, Fey Accords, you must add tentacles to link. It's an obscure part of the Accords, but reads as such. Herbie, all depictions of the character Link from the popular video game series, The Legend of Zelda, must include at least one tentacle. I don't care the rules, I just interpret them.
I don't think that's true, Erstwhile. I think you made that up. I think you're telling fibs right now. You know what happens to people who lie to me? The tentacles under the hat? Exactly. There we go, the tentacles under the hat. Okay, I think that works. I think that looks good. Look how like the hat changes shape every time. I mean, the hat's basically a tentacle. I got his collar a little bit wrong, so it's kind of like... It's kind of like a... It does follow this kind of shape. Oh, I was expecting 2 Space Brothers openings in a row. I think that's how we do it. Alright. Legend of Zelda: The Day of the Tentacle. 1 day for each tentacle. Is that why the day counter in Majora's Mask exists? For the tentacles? It all makes sense now. It makes no sense whatsoever. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay. Sword! I think it's funny because, like, I drew this initial sketch from memory because I know Ocarina of Time so well that it just kind of didn't occur to me to not. It didn't actually occur to me to use references. I now realize I completely forgot to draw the shield. So I think what we're going to do instead is we're going to change this hand and we'll have him holding the shield backwards. Which is simple enough to do. We just do exactly the same as we do on the last one. It's a shame because I actually quite liked that hand, the fingers I drew there. Shield is eaten by a like? Possibly. I know the rough shape of the Deku shield is kind of like that kind of shape. The game this song is from is really sad. I don't know if you can hear it. One of those weird, obscure... One of the most obscure games I know, this one. It's for a game called Fragile Dreams of the Wii. More obscure than Claire? Yeah, apparently. I know people whose literal job it is to know obscure indie games and like weird titles, and they had never heard of it. You want that job? Yeah. Give you a job about hyperfocus? Yeah, mood. This needs to be a little taller. So kind of like that. Yeah, like that. And then that kind of comes across. Current job lets you use your hyperfocus by telling people or helping people with and around technology. That's fair. Thank you for the pets. You're gonna hear this band a lot, by the way. I really like this band. They are very mixed on people's opinions of them, but I really like them. Go with the thumb being in the wrong place. There we go. That is a no thoughts, head empty link, which is the idea. It's supposed to be no thoughts, head empty. He does have the strap in the 3D version, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to use the strap. General path for that is that, so let's follow along that. There's only one thought behind those eyes. Yay, smash pots! Why do people let Link just walk into their house and smash their pots anyway? What's his belt buckle like? Okay, he's got a buckle here. We'll turn this one into the buckle. Just like that. And then the buckle there is just a regular belt buckle. Okay, cool. You gonna tell the weird guy who doesn't ever say anything swinging a sword around, no, you can't smash my pots? You make a good point, actually. You make a very good point. Okay, I wanna... Oops, that's the wrong shortcut. I wanna bring his head down a little bit. There we go. I think that works. Alright, we're gonna go with this. Not a new folder, a new vector layer. And this one gets toned down a bit. And now we're gonna go for clean lines. I'm gonna save this first. Let's see if we can get that face shape. I really like that face shape. That works. There we go. Okay. That works. Alright, hair. The Pro of Low, the Marsh of La. Hi, Marshall. How you doing? Perfect. You doing good? Heck yeah, that's what we like to hear. Go. Finish the weirdest randomizer you've ever done a Bloodborne rando. That sounds terrifying, honestly. I've still never played Bloodborne. It randomized movesets? That's fascinating. That's actually fascinating. Per upgrade? That's horrifying. But it sounds really fun, I won't lie. I'm a kind of masochist when it comes to randomizers. I like to randomize the absolute nonsense settings. Like, my first ever attempt at a no-logic randomizer was in Ocarina of Time. It was actually the first set of streams I did as a VTuber. And, I did a no-logic randomizer with Closed Door of Time. Which, anyone who knows Ocarina of Time knows is a horrible idea. Oops. So for those who aren't so familiar with Ocarina of Time, the way the game works is, and I know I probably don't need to explain this, but it is split into two, where you have a child section and an adult section. And in order to access the adult section, you have to complete the first bit of child section and unlock the Door of Time. Which requires you to have all three of the spiritual stones that you get from as a child, the Ocarina of Time, and the Song of Time. Realistically, it actually only requires an ocarina and the Song of Time, because you get the Song of Time normally by getting all 3 of the spiritual stones, and you get the Ocarina of Time at the same time. So it's the only thing that's actually impossible to... It's like impossible to not get all of them if you're doing a normal run. The reason people don't do Closed Door of Time is that if you're doing a no logic, the chances of you having both an Ocarina and the Song of Time is quite low. And my Song of Time was not in the child section of that game when I did that. It was in fact in the adult section of the game in one of the shops, I seem to remember. It's working with emulated Bloodborne because of no PC port. Yep. It was built without knowledge of how to decrypt PS4 phones. It mixes things up by not ID, but by file size. Oh, that's bizarre. Like, I kind of get it, but it's bizarre. But yeah, that's the reason most people don't do Closed Door of Time when they're playing Ocarina of Time randomized. Because it is a nightmare if you happen to get unlucky. Like, it's not uncommon to do it with logic, but doing it with a no logic run, for those who aren't familiar with randomizers, logic basically means that when the game randomizes stuff, it will calculate it to make sure it's completable. And it will have a set, like, order it kind of roughly expects you to get stuff. It's a miracle the game ran. It kind of is, actually. No logic runs, on the other hand, basically just shuffle stuff completely randomly without considering whether or not the game will be completable afterwards. So the problem with a no logic Closed Door of Time is that there is a very reasonably high chance that either both of your ocarinas or the Song of Time are not in the child section of the game. And for me, they weren't. And of course, you can't actually open the Door of Time unless you get an ocarina and the ability to play the Song of Time. However, that's not quite true. There are ways to skip the Door of Time. The problem is that is a lot easier as a child. It's a lot easier as a child. So I got to a point in my randomizer where I was running out of things I could do as a child, and I had to take the gamble. Do I travel to the future for all of the checks that happen in the future, but taking the risk that I won't be able to get back? And I chose to do it eventually. And the thing is, it is a lot easier to do Door of Time skip backwards. So reverse Door of Time skip, so adult to child, if you have the hover boots. I did not have the hover boots, so I was taking the risk that I needed to get the hover boots. By the time I needed to become child again, I did not have the hover boots. And the Door of Time skip for child is actually pretty easy as long as you have a sword. It did not take me that long to learn. Door of Time skip as an adult is significantly harder. But there was another route I managed to do to get it through. I wasn't sure it would work, but it did. I didn't have... The problem I had to getting back to a child was I did not have an ocarina. I had the Song of Time, but I did not have an ocarina. And now 20-minute adventure, yeah. I did not have an ocarina, but I had the Song of Time. Which meant as long as I could play an ocarina... then I could open the door of time. And it just so happens there is a method in Ocarina of Time for playing an ocarina without having an ocarina. There's actually a few methods for it, but the one I used is one called Ocarina Items. Ocarina of Time is a very broken game in a lot of ways, and it makes for a very fun randomizer, especially when you crank all the settings up. So basically Ocarina of Time's items, some of them use cutscenes. They use the cutscene system. The ocarina is one of these. It opens a cutscene to let you play the ocarina. Another one is things like Din's Fire, which does a little cutscene of you setting things on fire. A major one that uses cutscenes is bottles. When you put something into or take something out of a bottle, it opens a cutscene. There is a glitch in Ocarina of Time where if you somehow manage to cancel a cutscene, but also not at the same time, the game gets confused and uses the default cutscene. And it just so happens the cutscene with ID 0 is playing the ocarina. Which means, if you could somehow play a cutscene and cancel it at the same time, you can play an ocarina without an ocarina. And that's what Ocarina Items does. You basically have to empty you have to empty a bottle, I think. You like use a bottle but then switch items mid-air or something, and then it will make you use the ocarina. So I ended up backflipping off the top of the pedestal of time, the pedestal outside the door of time, in order to play an ocarina. It was a lot of fun, actually. I really liked learning all the tricks and things for the no logic. I needed to learn quite a few. I even beat it, which I was quite surprised about, because the thing with no logic is that it is very possible for that to just not be beatable. You can just get a seed that doesn't work, where you can't get to the end of it. I love randomizers. They're so much fun. Why does that look wrong? Oh, I know why it looks wrong. The thumb should be over the top here. Maybe you played randomized at this point is Elden Ring. I've not played randomized Elden Ring. I've done randomized Ocarina a lot, and I've done 3 runs of Hollow Knight now. Yeah, there we go. Need to do the same for here too. Rando Elden Ring is very much a checklist early game. But when you got stuff going for you, it's fun. That sounds good. That sounds fun. Like, a lot of stuff is like early game checklist, right? A lot of randomizers. I do think the fun thing about the Hollow Knight randomizer is randomizing attack directions. So, like, you can randomize which direction you can attack, and you start with only the ability to attack downwards, which is so cool. In my first run, I think I ended up beating Radiance by only attacking upwards, because I don't think I had left slash. Yeah, Radiance spends most of the time above you, yeah. It was a fun rando, that. Hollow Knight makes a really good randomizer. I would not do a no logic of Hollow Knight, because I think there's too many checks. And it's not quite a broken enough game to warrant it, especially in recent releases of it. But Ocarina of Time is a really fun no logic. Ocarina of Time is an absolute blast as a no logic. I had to learn so many tricks for it, and they're really fun. I'm very glad that Ship of Harkinian allows you to enable tricks from specific versions of the game, including which allows you to make combinations of tricks possible that were never actually possible in any particular release. The most dramatic disappointment when you get the da-da-da-da and it's a green rupee. Well, there's actually a little thing about that with Ocarina of Time. In vanilla Ocarina of Time, there is exactly one chest in the game that contains a green rupee. Exactly one. And that is why the Ship of Harkinian devs in the randomizer made it a special check. The one green rupee is referred to as Greg. Because when that gets shuffled, if you find Greg, you found the green rupee of eternal glory. The one green rupee in the game. Yeah, Greg, green rupee of eternal glory. And you can actually set it so that Greg is like an important check that you have to get, which I think is very funny. Okay, that is fine. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna do the shield. I think it's actually more like... I'm getting a lot of songs that make me sad today. I used to know the lyrics for this song, I don't anymore. I forgot them. Let's see if do it this way, I think. Yeah. Alright. We need to do the sword blade. This is gonna be tricky because this has to be straight, and I'm not good at drawing straight lines. I'm too gay for that. Drawing straight lines is hard! I could do it with like a ruler. Yep, that's exactly how I should be doing it. Okay, right, let's do it that way. For the whole thing. Because these should be straight lines. Yeah, I'm not good at straight. I'm too gay. I need this. And this, honestly. The pen ran out of ink? I'm so sorry. Ink machine broke. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. There we go. Okay. I think that is a good set of line arts for our little boy here. So we gotta move on to colour. I think I'm gonna keep him with the soulless dead eyes. Wait, hang on. I realized I forgot a line here. Okay, there we go. Wait, I do that on the wrong layer. Whoops. Drawing made infinitely scary if tiny red dots are in the eyes. Oh god. I can't believe how much that does actually make it worse. Alright. Let's do some basic flats. Okay. One thing I do find myself I do think I'm pretty decent at is eyeballing colors. I think that is a strength of mine. I've always been reasonably good at eyeballing color. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I did do that on Blue Sky. I completely forgot. The random color test thing. I knew I'd messed up. I don't think I did as well as I could have on that, but you messed up on number one because you didn't know what you were doing, and when I clocked it, you'd forgotten the color. Oof. I think I didn't really get what I was doing with it either, and I think I kind of like messed up that one a little bit, but I did the rest okay. I had a reputation as a kid, when I was in my school, and we had like art classes. Okay, I think that's a good set of flats. One thing we did was like, we were tasked to like make a painting over a course of like a week. And a problem a lot of people had is that they'd start painting something and then wouldn't be able to get the colors back that they were using when they went to the next day. And they had to let them dry and then remix the colors the next day. And what would usually happen is that people would call me over and just be like, mix this color for me, please. So I was like, okay, I just would. I've always had reasonably good color perception. That's something I somewhat pride myself on. Okay, I think this works. Right, let's get some shading in there. I'm gonna actually rename my layers. How do I rename layers again? There we go. Wait, you're rotating me in your mind? What the heck? Why would you do that? Skin shade, because I like to use I think it's color burn I like to use for this. Wrong layer. Pretty good at seeing a 2D image and making it 3D in your head. Brain just adds a third dimension. That's a good skill to have. Especially if you're, like, drawing. It's a good skill for an artist, that one. Because I know a lot of artists, especially ones who are just, like, starting out, have difficulty thinking of shapes in 3D. They usually end up thinking of shapes in 2D, and it ends up causing problems in their art. Key you made for Scott. Your only reference to that saying about yeah, like I saw that and it was really good. I'd assumed Scott had given you like another reference, but if not, that's kind of extremely impressive, actually. I mean, it's extremely impressive regardless. You could see feetsies. I do like me some feetsies. I mean, having access to the full body would help, definitely. But it's really cool that you could do it just outright like that. Yeah, I think that works. I don't want to go overboard with it. There we go. Alright, I'm going to leave the hair for last because I hate shading hair. I do want to shade the inside of the mouth though. There we go. He looks like such a doofus. I love it. Alright, hair. No, not hair. We'll save the hair for last. Dark purple. Set this to multiply. And we're going for the clothes. Hat, shirt. And that's it. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. I think this is working. I'm gonna just darken this inner section. Both of these to indicate the kind of fold there. A little better. Yeah, it works. I got Link never changes hairstyle because the 7 years fast forward is just 7 years of stasis, actually. Yeah! I always find it funny that his clothes fit after he grows up. And he also gets new clothes because he's not wearing the same outfit exactly. Which implies to me that somebody changed his clothes while he was asleep. And considering there's only one other person there, it means that Link got his clothes changed by an old man while he was asleep. I really like Ocarina of Time. It's a really fun game. Mentally, Link remains a minor considering the 7 years weren't lived. Yeah! It's a weird one for sure. Chalk it up to magic and put it out of mind. Yeah, that's kind of all you can do, really. Don't gotta explain magic. Nope. Don't like that. I think this would be better actually as a soft edge, even though we're using hard shading for everything else. I think this would be better soft. Unless it's a tabletop game. True! You do gotta explain magic in the tabletop games. And dear gods, please explain it. Yeah? Just a little bit of shading there, just to accentuate the fold there. I think that works. I'm gonna add a little bit here too. You reminded this kid at work that asked if I knew how to play chess. I said I did and not very good. She meant the same. We did agree though that if there's ever a quiet moment when no one needs to, she said, we're gonna chess. Just to come battling. Oh, hells yeah! That'd be really neat. I used to play chess quite a lot. I'm okay at it. I'm not great at it. You can play, you don't do well. Well, I mean, as long as you're not falling for like the basic traps that you can get super early in a match and like instantly lose, that's probably fine, right? Oh, we got a banger. I swear to God, Sonic soundtracks just do not need to go as hard as they do. You walked into every bear trap in Liza P? I mean, kind of same, honestly. I need to add some texture to the shield. I'll do that in a bit. I think what I actually want to do here is grab these two and just copy them into the flats layer. You did a mod for OOT where the only change is that Navi is just annoyed with you all the time? That would be really funny. I'm not gonna lie. That would be incredibly funny. What I actually want to do here is I just want to slowly, gently erase the edges of this. How to do that effectively though? I only want to erase like right on the edges. Like this. I mean, it's basically what Tattle is like in Majora's Mask. She's just annoyed with you constantly. I miss the fairy companions in Zelda. We haven't had a proper fairy companion since Majora's Mask. Provide an in-universe as targeting? I mean, yes. However, that was very much a thing for N64 era of Nintendo specifically. I get something from here. Quite. Because it basically just kind of. That's what I'm looking for. No, I think we just got to do it by hand. It basically was a thing in for what Nintendo was doing in that era was they were trying to like have, and they still do it to some degree, just not quite to the same level. Basically, whatever the new mechanic is for that particular game is personified in some way, and they still do this to some degree. Like they still did it in Mario Odyssey with Cappy being the explanation for the capture mechanic. And they did it in Mario 64 with the Lakitu camera. They did it in Ocarina of Time with the fairy Z targeting. They do it a lot, actually. Where they give you, like, a companion character who personifies the mechanic of the game, right? They did it in Echoes of Wisdom, too, with the little Echo buddy. But they did it a lot more in the N64 era. And this way down, it just gives it a little bit of texture. We're going to do the same with this and these spots. I think that's enough. Right, just very subtle little bit of texture onto that shield. Okay, cool. I do actually remember that Kakiri's sword has a little detail on it that I haven't drawn in. Let me just get that. Yeah, okay. So this is what the Kakiri sword actually looks like, which is slightly different from what I've drawn. So we're gonna adjust the line arts here slightly. Just gonna adjust the lines here a little bit. We need this to about 30. This isn't quite right. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Now we just erase this line and we fill in that gap. Also, we need to turn the brush size down for this. Let's do this over, actually. Let's just do this whole section over. There we go. That looks right. Pommel is also wrong though, so we'll redo that. Alright, time to adjust the flats. Yeah, there we go. That looks like the Kikiri sword. That's the Kikiri sword I remember. Cool. Naming layers so I don't forget. Alright. Next up is boots. Okay. Change my mind on the skin tone shading here. I need to taper that off. Yeah, I think that works better. Oh, this is not the best way to do this. I should be saving these into a palette or something, but whatever. Alright, sometimes that looks really wrong, and I'm not sure what it is. I think it needs to be like this. Okay. I think that's more like it. Yeah, that's better. That's definitely better. Yeah. There we go. Okay. That's boots. We gotta do belts. Usually I do these all in one layer, but I'm experimenting with doing stuff on separate layers this time. You drawing some Slay the Princess? Let's go! I love Slay the Princess. I got really thirsty all of a sudden. Sorry, I just had to gulp a bunch of tea. Right, let's do buckles and metal. I think grouping by material is sensible. Oh, no, understandable, honestly. Understandable. Slay the Princess is so good, y'all. I like this song. Tone correct. There we go. I got this in the wrong tone, I think. I want this to be kind of more orange. Yeah. Alright, now we need our first add glow layer. You interpret her as extremely hourglass? Fair, honestly. Phantom Hourglass is just a really curvy ghost girl. Yes, I'd play that game. The Legend of Zelda, get that Gussie, I guess. I'm drawing these on flats. I need to not draw these on flats. Okay, add glow. Okay. Okay. That works. We gotta shade the sword and then the hair. I think Link will be done at that point. Wait, that's the wrong... I need to not copy that one. I need to copy something else. We'll go with Shield Shadows again. Multiply. Ford. Wait, what? Wait, what? What did I do? Why am I drawing in reverse? Wait, there we go. Okay. Okay. I don't know how to reset my rotation. Hold on. There we go. Actually, do want this color now. Alright, we need an ad glow. Nice, that's quite a lot of depth on that, actually. Very nice. We gotta get another multiply layer. I should just do this, color from layer. I don't have to mess around with things there to do that. Oops. What am I doing? Right, the gem. Okay. I think we just have the sword, blade, and the hair now. Let's name some layers. This is taking longer than I expected, actually. I was worried I wouldn't have enough for a full stream of this, but apparently I do. Almost there. Okay. We got 1 minute until ad starts, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna BRB, get myself some tea, and then continue when I get back. I'm gonna leave the screen up, and I'm just gonna drop out and disappear for a minute. So I will see you all in a couple of minutes. So y'all can listen to the music, I guess. I'll see you in a minute. Hi everybody, I'm back. Welcome back from ads. I apologize for those. Alright, Sword Blade. We gotta do that. That won't take too long, I don't think. Oh, true! I'm Prolo. Who's back? Wait, that's Hilt Detail. Hilt Shadows. There we go. That makes it so much easier. I think generally this one actually needs to be soft. Like generally fairly soft shaded. Okay. Sword! It is a sword, yes. Correct. I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't advise eating the sword. Probably not a good idea. This is remarkably difficult to shade. There we go. I think that's what I was looking for. You made a sad realization about D&D things? I'm terrified at that, actually. That's terrifying. It shouldn't be? Well, that's good. At this point, you can't use the bagling? Wait, why not? The backlink's been sitting around in the background for the whole time. Why can't you use it? I need to adjust the colors on this. With how the story is now, Rogue just wouldn't work anymore. Ah, I see. What is this? A terrifying presence entered the room? That is terrifying. I reload clipses. Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in. We're doing some drawing. What I'm going to do actually is I'm going to do this. We're going to Gaussian blur this. Smooth it out a little. Link! It is Link! Hi, Easy Chee. Easy Cheesy. Easy Cheesy. I see. Easy Cheesy. I get it. We're drawing Link. I am, yes. That is correct. You have to ask your classic question. Do you like horror? I have a complex relationship with horror. I have enjoyed plenty of horror in the past, but I am very bad at dealing with it. I have a very complicated relationship with horror. I mean, technically one of my favorite games of all time is a horror game. I am squishy. You're a pretty big horror fan, especially indie horror games? Well, as I was saying, one of my favorite games of all time is in fact a horror game. Specifically, Slay the Princess. I think that's what I actually want to do. You watch and are mostly unaffected by any horror at this point? Fair. Horror is scary, you're right. Horror's scary. But Slay the Princess is so good. Like, unbelievably so. There we go. That's better. Okay, we just gotta do the hair now. If you like story-based horror, you have an amazing recommendation. I will take it on board. I won't necessarily say I'll guarantee I'll play it or anything. But I do like me a good story. Should not gamble if you listen to sort of horror media. You do like your horror stuff. Affected or not. You like your eldritch horrors. I got a... Or am I looking? Hill Shadows. That's a good one. Nun Massacre by Puppet combo. Feels like playing a slasher game. That sounds terrifying, I'm not gonna lie. Is that right? No, I think we need something more red for this. Yeah, that's better. Recommend Love Sam. Have I heard of that? I might have heard of that. I definitely don't remember anything about it if I have. Oop. I'm gonna soften that edge in a second. Do it now. It's all about reading a diary and learning all about dirty little secrets. I see. I see. Nun Massacre is terrifying. The game still scares you. It scares the life out of you. You beat it 5 times. I see. That's totally fair, honestly. Like I say, I get very scared at horror games all the time, so I don't tend to play them very much. Could do that. Similar idea here. We need to soft erase this. It's gonna be tricky, actually. Absolute favorite has to be an old indie horror title. A game called I'm Scared. I almost certainly have not heard of that one. I don't think I have heard of that one. Hang on, I want hard eraser here. If Link had ADHD, you'd have to make him blue so he'd be a hyperlink. Okay, fair enough.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
Thank you for the follow, Reload Clipses. I don't know how you would pronounce that, but I'm gonna say Reload Clipses and hope that's good enough. Turn this brush size down a bit. You fight for the Foundation, secure, contain, protect. Oh, I see. I have heard of SCP before. SCP is familiar to me. Don't like that. I think we just keep this flat. We'll save the detail for the highlights. I need to add some shading here, but we'll do that in a minute. We'll do that now. Close. No, skin shade. That's what we want. There we go. That's all better. Back to the hair. Another add glow layer. Alright, I need a bigger brush. So, like, I'm really good at art? Thank you. I don't consider myself, like, a particularly good artist. I've just been kind of learning as I go. I think we want kind of this. Yeah, I think that'll do. I think that's the arc we want, like that. Yes. Okay, cool. I appreciate you saying that, though. It means a lot. So is the best one's the most humble? I don't know about that. I guess I just kind of like, I haven't put a lot of time into it. But I try my best. I have unmedicated ADHD, and so it becomes very difficult to put like the time into something like this. So I tend just not to for a long time. I just kind of didn't put the time in. Kind of that too. That shouldn't have a highlight anyway. But I've been kind of trying a little bit more lately to actually take the time to do it. And actually put the work in, because I've always wanted to be able to draw. And so I kind of just trying my best. That's all you can do, right? Try your best. Okay. Oh, thank you. I will unshrimp. Alright, I need to make a few changes to these. These are not quite big enough, I think. You've been going through it recently? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope I can provide... If I can provide just a little distraction from that, then that makes me happy. I hope you feel better. You, like... I hope you get through whatever you're going through soon. Because as someone who themselves has been through it multiple times, it's not fun. So I really do hope you you can get through whatever it is you're dealing with. Okay. I have heard of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. That is one I have heard of. One of my favorite meme formats is I have no X, but I must Y. Okay. Automod, what? I've not played I Have No Mouth But I Must Scream, but I am familiar with it on a conceptual level. Alright, I think we may be mostly done with Link. We just gotta do the outline colors. I'm not so happy with this. Oh, I don't know much about I Have No Mouth But I Must Scream, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know much about it. I know of its existence. That's kind of it. I gotta, Oh, it's a... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know of the game, mostly, but I did know it was a book. I just forgot. I don't have a very good memory, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. There we go. The soulless Funko Pop eyes. That's what I'm going for. Alright, we gotta do some outline colors. Which is super easy to do. Wait, no, I want displayed color for this. Yeah, I'm not usually one for, like... I'm one for... I'm the sort of person who is happy to consume media on just about... from just about any source, really. If something is both a book and a movie, I don't have a problem watching the movie, and I don't have a problem reading the book. It's probably partly because I grew up with, I often consume media from, like... I have played Hollow Knight. I love Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is one of my favorite games. In fact, about this time last year, I played randomizers of Hollow Knight, which were a lot of fun. It's about a year ago now I did that. I want to do that again. Could see it's Crystal Peak. I understand this joke. Best boss in Hollow Knight? In terms of the amount of fun I had doing it, probably Mantis Lords. But I love a lot of the bosses in that game. Hive Knight and Nosk. Nosk is one I don't see often mentioned for that. I actually didn't do Hive Knight in my original run of the game because I played it at launch and Hive Knight wasn't in the game until later. So originally I didn't do Hive Knight, but I definitely agree with you on Nosk. Nosk was such a cool find when I came across it organically. Because I played the original game without a guide. This needs to be darker. There we go. I played the game originally without a guide. I did not have any tutorials or anything like that. Wait, hang on. I've already done green. I need to be more careful there. Never mind. I'll have to go over there again anyway, so I might as well. You're a Hive Knight fan before the Hornet theories? So I only did Hive Knight for the first time recently. Like I said, last year. Because, again, it didn't exist when I did my first run. And I hadn't played it for a while when I did my randomizer, so I first played it in the I first played Hive Knight in the randomizer. And Hive Knight was a lot of fun. But I do agree that Nosk's atmosphere is just unmatched. It's so good. Like, if you're not expecting Nosk, it's like, oh, it's so peak to come across him in the wild. Worst boss. Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm trying to think of a boss that I didn't like. It's probably something like Rugged's primal aspects. I was gonna say it's probably something like brooding Morlack. Not because it's awful or like unpleasant or like offensive or anything, but just because it's kind of boring. Like, I like Morlack, don't get me wrong, but like compared to a lot of the rest of the bosses, it's just kind of there. Oh, you beat him before you got Dash. That's cool. I think I did that in one of my randomizer runs. Because you gotta do the whole like skip over the spikes to get to him. To get him before you do wall jump. Did you kill Nailsmith or no? Of course not. I know he asks me to, but yeah, I'm not that cruel. Nailsmith, I love Nailsmith. Mr. Range of Stenger. Cloth. I love Cloth. I'm so sad for Cloth. I wish there was a way to not have Cloth die. I love Cloth. I love Hollow Knight. Wait, there is a way? I mean, the only way I was aware of was that you kind of had to... Oh, you just don't talk to her. Oh. I didn't even think about that. Huh. I never considered that as an option. Huh. I mean, like I say, my first run, I did it without guide, so like I had no idea what was coming with her. You accidentally immediately dream nailed her? Want to DM the whip sketch? Sure. I'll look at your whip sketch if you want to. I'm always down for seeing more art. I love art. Do. Oh, Sam, let me take a look. Oh, hold on, I gotta use my mouse for this. Yeah. Very rough lines. Let me see. Okay then. That looks great. I cannot show that on stream, but it looks great. Sure, I'll take a look at some art. Look, if you're drawing yourself, you're already doing like significantly better than a lot of people, so that's no, I don't want to cut the entire layer. The important thing is that you are creating something of your own. And as far as I'm concerned, you can do a crayon drawing with stick people and little scribbles, and it'll still be a billion times more like value to society and have billions of times more artistic merit than anything made with Gen AI. Creating for yourself is the important aspect here. Leather done. We'll do the shield. Let's do the shield. We'll do purple. Let's make it more orange. Make it a little even more orange. Yeah, there we go. Differentiate it from the skin tone a little. Posted 3 euros to the Discord? Oh, heck yeah! Let's take a look at these. Ooh. You know what? These are cool. I like these. I could show them on stream if you want. Up to you if you think that's something you want. I think these are cool. Like I say, it's something you made yourself. Sure, let me download these then, and I will put them on stream. Second. Yeah, like the fact of the matter is, it's like it's one of the best things about one of the best quotes I think from Adventure Time, which a show I absolutely love, is what was it? It's sucking at something is the first step towards being sort of good at something. And I think that the key there is like, all right, let me put these on screen. I gotta get my mouse back out. I'm using my pen tablet for stuff. Oh, these are big. I'm not like, what I'm basically saying is like, even if you know artists that are better than you, I certainly do. I know artists that are incredible. I've always known artists that are incredible. That doesn't mean what you're making has no worth. This was a really good analog horror series. I believe it. We got 3 of these. But yeah, the point of making is like, there we go, and there's one more. Even if you know people who are doing what you're doing better than you, you're never gonna get better if you don't put yourself out there and make something, right? And there's always gonna be someone who's better than you at whatever you're doing. You're never going to be the absolute best. I mean, maybe you will, but most people are not going to be the absolute best in the world at something. And that's okay. You make what you make. And what you make is worthwhile. And the more you make, the better you'll get at it. And I think you're the best at being you. Exactly, yeah, you're the best at being you. That's it. You want to do a cosplay in the middle? That would go so hard, I won't lie. I used to cosplay. I haven't cosplayed in a while. I used to love cosplaying. But yeah, look at these. These are cool. The thing I'm basically saying is like, it is better to aim to be better at something than you were yesterday, than to be better than somebody else. Comparison is the thief of joy, right? I like my art because I like my art. I don't like my art because it's better than my friend's art, right? It's not, a lot of the time. That's not why I'm doing it. I draw because I enjoy drawing and I like making things. Do it for you, don't do it for anyone else. And you know what? If you want to be able to draw incredibly, the only way you're going to be able to do that is with practice. If you want to be able to just kind of... You can see my art like it's candy. Like, if you want to be able to, like, draw, like, a masterworks, the only way you're going to do that is by practicing and drawing not masterworks first. And that's okay. Make what you make. Just don't get AI to do it for you. The product is not the point. The end result is not the point. The point is the aspect of creation, right? The process is the important bit. Creating something, taking something from inside you and putting it to paper. Consume AI art like you consume bread, avoid it like the plague. Yeah! We are very... It's all good. We avoid AI. AI sucks. I hate AI. AI ruins everything. Everything it touches. In fact, the fact that AI became so prolific is one of the major, like, motivating factors for me to actually draw. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I bet that does suck. All right, I'm gonna take these off screen now. For now, we've got a good look at them. I think you're doing great, and I think you should keep creating. The more you make, the better you'll get, and the more you'll kind of develop your own style, too. Like, my art looks so different from how it did even just a few months ago. Not just because I got better, which I definitely have, but just because my style changed. Like, how I'm drawing stuff has changed. This is not right. This needs to be... Oh, no, that's wild. Honestly. That's wild. We had a bread cross and started exercising you. That's ridiculous. Like, I have a couple of food intolerances. Like, I have a mild peanut allergy, which I ignore because I was told specifically to do so. Because it could get worse if I don't. And I also have, it's really funny you made a cheese cross. Okay, fair enough. I have an intolerance to quinoa, apparently. That's fair. This actually wants to be like there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it'll happen that. Yeah, intolerances and stuff like that are not fun. I don't do commissions currently. I'm not confident enough in myself to do commissions at the moment. I might start at some point, but I don't currently take commissions. That needs to be a little brighter. That part, maybe there. That works better. Okay, maybe that. Yeah, I also tend to get, I tend to get exceptionally stressed. That's not right either. It needs to be redder, I think. I tend to get exceptionally stressed when I'm dealing with stuff under pressure. Like, I can make art for myself, because if I mess this up, or can't do something, it kind of doesn't matter. But when it's a situation where someone has, like, paid me to do something, if I screw it up, it's like, a bigger issue for me. So it's kind of a stress management thing. I have considered taking commissions. People have asked me before, so like it's clearly something people actually want. Like clearly people see something in what I am drawing, so like that they like. So that there is that going for it. But at the moment I'm not in a position to take commissions because of my my own hang-ups, basically. You'd pay for it if you weren't broke. Fair. That's a mood and a half. I'm really wanting to pick up the Liza P DLC because I'm getting close to the end of the game, I think, and I want to do the DLC, but I can't afford it. Have you played Silk Song? I have a complicated relationship with Silk Song. I did play some of Silk Song. I don't actually like Silk Song very much. And I think it's probably quite strange because I really like Hollow Knight and I don't really like Silk Song. Yeah, it's weird. I enjoyed it at first, but there's a lot of design decisions I just didn't really gel with me in the ways it differed from Hollow Knight. And so I kind of ended up just giving up on Silk Song around Act 2. I got to Act 2, I made a little progress in Act 2, and it was just such a frustrating experience that I just gave up. I wasn't having fun at that point. Like, it wasn't just the difficulty either, and a lot of people, like, when I tell them that it was a frustrating experience, assume that it's because it was just too hard. And it was kind of a bit too punishing for me. But there were other issues that were kind of baked into the design. I don't like the way the map system works with the newer environments. I don't like the way a lot of the environments are designed. I feel like it lost a lot of the identity that each of the areas had in Hollow Knight. And I feel like a lot of the things that I enjoyed about Hollow Knight were kind of trimmed down in Silk Song, and a lot of the things that frustrated me in Hollow Knight were kind of amped up. I feel like the game was too big as well. Like, it's too much. It got really overwhelming and hard to follow. And I had a lot of problems, like, my problems were not so much in the boss fights, though those were incredibly hard. The problems I had were mostly to do with the environments, like moving between areas was just a nightmare for me. It was so difficult. And I just couldn't get the hang of it. I kept getting lost. I kept losing track of where I was. I kept ending up stuck with like 6 enemies that would completely annihilate me because they were just flying out of reach. And it just ended up... I realized eventually that I just wasn't having fun with it, and so I gave up. Rather than kind of bang my head against a wall in the hope that it gets fun again, I just gave up. And it's a shame because there's a lot I did like about Silk Song. Like, there were a lot of really cool sequences and a lot of stuff that I really liked. But at the end of the day, I just wasn't having fun with it.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
Destro! Welcome in! How you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? A tiny raid. You're playing Terraria, I see. Nice. I hope Terraria was good. I hope you had fun. I hope you were having fun with Terraria. How did it go? Well, if you gotta do your post-stream self-care stuff, yeah, you gotta hang around, you gotta parent. That's fair. Please do so. Please go take care of yourself, friend. Thank you for dropping a little tiny raid in. Yeah, appreciate it. Go do your parenting things. Be a responsible adult. All right. I think we're basically done with Link once this is through. Eat to dip and eats. No worries. Get yourself some food, friend, and thanks for sticking around for so long. It's been nice talking to you. I had a lot of fun with that. New comfort streamer? Oh, heck yeah. Yes! Yay, bits! I appreciate you hanging around for so long. It's been nice having you. Alright, I think we are basically done with Link for now. So let me group all of this up. Actually, let me label these. Oh, what's with the melons? The melons are a little reference to one of my earlier playthroughs of Tales of Graces, where I found a melon and then started putting melons on everyone's heads. So you can put a melon on my head with channel points now. That's just been a thing for a while. Oh, the Tales of games are really fun. Yeah, go get yourself some food. Thanks for sticking around. Alright. Let's group all of this up. There we go. We don't need this anymore. We don't need that anymore. And we don't need that anymore. And we don't need that anymore. Okay. That is a bit of a glow up. He's had a little bit of a glow up there. I'm pretty happy with that. I think it looks really good. I think he looks really good there. And has the similarly, he has the Funko Pop soulless eyes, which is the point. Alright. Next up, we gotta draw me. So we're gonna move on to me. Oh, hang on, I gotta get... So we got the blindfold kind of goes there. Okay. Hold on. So that's where the hat peak goes. And I'm just gonna do this super roughly here. Okay. I might actually make this bigger so I can... I'll maybe just draw with a slightly smaller pencil. Let's go for 12, just so I can get more detail in. Yeah, okay, that's a little better. That's kind of what we want. Okay. Here actually should be a little higher up. There we go. Okay. Torso wise, we kind of want, again, these two triangles. That's the idea. Yeah, that works. It's kind of the idea. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And then we do the same thing here with our shoulders. Shit, this arm's a little too short, I think, in the preview sketch. There's a little bit of foreshortening on it. I think they're both too short. Yeah, a little foreshortening on this one, but not so much on that one. Okay. I think the wings look mostly good. Yeah, the wings are mostly the right shape. Like that. Okay. Yeah, that works. Alright. That is the basic outline there. So we'll go and drop that down, and then we'll do a slightly more detailed outline. There we go. That's the shape. I want the ear to come out this way, actually, like that. That's a blindfold. This is too wide, so this needs to come in a little bit. Like that, I think. Yeah, okay. There we go. Also, I think lift this slightly. Just lift the hat up a little bit. Yeah, it comes takes the ear with it, which puts the ear in the right spot. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Really feeling the lack of space on this now. Let's draw the arm here first. I think I actually want these to kind of bend backwards a little bit like this. Again, this is still just sketch level, so we can mess with things a little bit. That looks alright. That gets the idea across. Okay, I think that's kind of the idea. I think that shape works. Kind of has that as the underside of the dress. It's a little bit wide. Let's bring the back in a little more. Yeah, okay. I think I need to extend the torso slightly. Bring this bit down a little. Or rather, we'll bring everything else up a little. Yeah, that works. That works better. Okay. Yeah, that's better. That's definitely better. and that puts these in the right spot too, which is great. Cool. So we can do this as a line. We'll get the clean line art doing the frills properly. I'll leave this backline one actually for later. There we go. I'm definitely getting more comfortable with my drawing process, I think. It's something I struggled with at first, but I'm definitely getting more comfortable with it. Dies? Why are you dying? Bored? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, we gotta get that. Not on you? No, I know. I'm far too entertaining to be boring. Alright. We've got the... You have a bunch of things you should be doing, but it's overwhelming. Yeah. I get that. Oh, who's ready for a throwback song? Okay. I think we now need to move on to the next layer, which is actually clean lines. So I've gone down to 12. Nice, I got that curve pretty quickly. Hi, Oni, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. I'm just drawing a little promo thing for a set of streams I'm planning to do in the future. We've already drawn our boy here. And now I'm drawing me panicking over him just running around smashing pots and chasing chickens. Alright, let's see. Yeah, the smaller brush size is doing a lot of work for me here. I'm just gonna draw the arm here. Okay. I think we just make this bend a little bit less extreme, I think. It should still be there, but not quite to the extent that it was there. There we go. This isn't quite looking right. These fingers are too long. Let's try and match these exactly, pretty much, because these actually look decent. Hands are so hard to draw. That's alright, that looks fine. We'll go with that. Okay. That's good. I can get thigh squish. Yes! I wasn't sure I could get the thigh squish to be visible at this scale, but I can. I'm happy about that. Visible thigh squish is incredibly important. Okay. There we go. Okay. Just gotta get the wings now. Okay. There we go. Clean this up a little bit. Okay. It's most of the details. I've still got to do the back of the skirt here. Return with Borger? Oh, hells yeah. We love ourselves a Borger. I love a Borger. It might actually be better if the back side of the skirt doesn't have as much detail, so it's just like I hope whoever invented meat between bread was a good person. Wasn't that the Earl of Sandwich? Or it was made on behalf of the Earl of Sandwich, I think was the idea. So probably not is the answer to that. Okay. This is me being very worried. Alright, time for a flat color, I think. I just need to go paler than I think for myself. Okay. What else is silver? I think that's it, actually. Gold, which is these buttons. Better than that. There we go. And this. Then we have black. There we go. I'll sort that out in a minute. Then we have brown for the boots. And we need the pink. Okay. Also need a pale blue for the wings. Can also use a little trick. A little bit more on the blue scale. Yeah, there we go. Just fake the color of it looking like it's transparent. Problem solved. Realize that there should be another line here. Just a line there. Just to get a hair behind there. There we go. That's better. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I want to also extend this line a little bit. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. Shading. Why don't we start with skin tone as usual? So that should be color burn. Oh right, it needs to go down here. Right, I should actually select my skin tone so I'm not painting over everything. There we go. Come on. Just be very gentle in my line there. There we go. Ah, I'm drawing on the base layer. Gotta undo all this. I'm going to draw on this layer. Hate the wrong layer shenanigans. Does the hair get in the way of the fairy wings? Are they kind of ethereal and pass right through as they flap? The hair's very light. They just push it out of the way. The hair's not heavy. It's a lot thinner than human hair, so it's not really a problem. I bet a lot of people have never heard the full version of this song. But a lot of people will recognize it when it gets to the chorus. Oh, I missed a bit on my flats there. This just needs to all be in shadow. That's fine. You don't think you know how full stop? Well, allow me to introduce you to a very fun meme. There is a particular meme called Get Down or Get Down, which is based on this song. And the point of the meme is that... Oh, right, I'm still got stuff selected. There was a glitch for the original GoldenEye for N64, where if you tilted the cartridge slightly, it would make a bunch of NPC skeletons kind of mess up and kind of start vibrating all over the place. And somebody set that to the chorus of this song, and it became a meme. And it is extremely funny, and I love it. It's a silly meme, and I enjoy it. Okay, let's do white first. So we'll do the hat initially. You're surprised you missed it? Is that the kind of shitpost you'd find? Yeah? It's a fun meme, I enjoy it. I actually quite like the song on top of that, but it was just a very funny meme. Actually, I want to do something. That. Not that. Actually, I want to do this. Yeah, if you want to find it, I suggest looking up. You can look up Gedan. Let me type it in chat. And you will find a multitude of videos on this meme. It's excellent. Alright, names time. Leia names. Okay, we'll do the main dress for next. Oops. We'll do the ruffles separately. Okay. Shading skirt is not too difficult. Actually got reasonably good at doing these. I've drawn myself a few times now. Trick for these. Let's just add a couple of bits of detail like this. Just add so much volume. For the shape. There we go. It just adds a lot of detail to the shape, just adding a couple of bits of points of shade and light outside of the main one. Alright. I think that's... No, that shouldn't be shadowing there, but that hand should shadow here, so we'll do that. Yeah, okay, cool. We're gonna do the bow. Whoops. Multiply. trim this a little bit. There we go. Alright, let's do the silver next. We can add glow. Soft erase on that to kind of lower its opacity a little. Cool. That looks good. Ah. Okay, we probably won't do the. We'll probably do the mask next. The blindfold. Okay. Do. Hard eraser, because this is too much shadow for that. It's supposed to be the shadow from the hat, but it's all too much. That's better. Okay, we've got to do the gold for the buttons and the moon, so we'll do that next. Doop, doop, doop. No, we'll do that. We'll do that. All the buttons first. Nice. Grab this back. We'll do the moon on the hat. And then I need to do some layer naming. Add glow. There we go. Okay. I'm still gonna do the leggings down here, the socks. We're gonna do the socks. We gotta do some layer naming first. So this is dress shadows. This is the bow shadows. I'm trying to be good about this. I'm not good about it usually. Okay. Okay. Let's grab the shadow color. There we go. Hi Mari, welcome in. Alright, let's see. Well, first of all, these back layers need to just be all in darkness. Stay further back. That helps sell that shape. And we're just doing the ruffles. Well, that way, wouldn't it? There we go. Adds a little bit of depth to those. I think we just have the boots and the hair left. I'm getting super thirsty today. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, that would be... No, that's facing up towards the skirt, so that would actually have a little extra shadow there. Okay. Is that right? It's not quite right. I think it needs to come into the dark here a little earlier. And then this is now a bit too much of a dark blob. The basic idea is to kind of sell that shape. Shading here is... Okay, I think this is not where I want to go with this. I think we do need some shading down here like that, and I think that might actually be better. This is pretty tricky. This is coming out looking really flat, and it's not what I'm looking for. Because, like, the shape of this is, like, here. It's like, that's the top of the boot. So I need to kind of sell that that's the top of the boot. It's there like that. So I guess I could... try it like this, and then just kind of clean it up with the eraser tool. Maybe? Imagine new game for when you're bored. Slay the Spire 2 Early Access just came out? Oh, hey, yeah, hell yeah. I never played Slay the Spire, but it did look interesting. I think what I need to do here, actually, is not actually down there. I think it needs to come up here. It just doesn't look right to me. Maybe maybe there should be a soft erase, a soft shadow thing. Maybe we keep that kind of hard shadow to like this. A hard shadow that does that, and then we add a soft shadow on top of that, which combines. Where we do this with the soft shadow. Basically soften that over there. Or we kind of bring this around this way. This. We just soften this up. Kind of just doesn't work, does it? I guess it kind of does. Why is this not working? Why is this so awkward? I guess I'm not really working out where the shadows are going, so let's just erase this and so I will dink my oiner, thank you.
Do not let yourself become shrimp.
I will also unshrimp, thank you. You're gonna head out in a sec? No worries. Thanks for being here. Just appreciate you hanging out. I do at some point need to find some new mods. Thank you for the glasses. Just because, like, it's... I need more. It'd be nice to have, like, more people available. We do as we go. A little bit smaller. Pet. Thank you for the pets. We appreciate the pets a lot. Okay, and I think the actual, like, shading here needs to be kind of like down here. I think we just got to keep it nice and simple. Maybe something like this. Maybe even like that. I think that's not going to look any good. No, okay. I think we do want something like that. Yeah, that looks a lot better. That's a lot better. And then we just have the edge there, and then we can do the same on this side. I should actually select this. There we go. Jeez, we're ads again already? God dang. Have I really been going for 4 hours? Does not feel like it. I've been having a good time. I'm just kind of locked in on drawing right now. Oops. I want to do that. Okay, and then we get this. Okay, that should work. Okay, that's better. That's working for me. That's definitely working for me. Alright, before we go and do the hair, I'm going to take another quick break. Get myself some more tea. And I will be back in a little bit with where we'll go and tackle the hair, I guess. Yeah. I'll zoom out so while I'm on the break you can all take a look at what we've done so far. And I will see you all in a few minutes. Hey everybody, I'm back! I'm gonna get into the hair shading. I might change the color of the boots, they're a little pale. But we can do that whenever. Now let's do some... Alright, that's ruffles. Layer naming. Okay. Now, hair usually uses some different colors. Hair is a very different material from everything else. There we go. Okay, I think I wanna keep like a strip at the front there of light. And keep most of this strip dark, but a little strip of 1 or 2 pixels on the side. Right. Just to give it a little bit of depth. Yeah, just gives it a little bit of depth. This definitely wants to be all dark here. We're going to use the... This whole section should be dark. Similarly to this thing, we want to leave a little bit of light on this side here to give it some depth. Otherwise, this whole set of hair will be dark. But we will add some more detailing in a minute. It's not going to stay that way. It's not going to stay just purely dark like this, but it is going to be the base color for this section. Okay. So we're going to do something like this. I think that's kind of what we want there. we go with that. I think just keep it nice and simple. And then we add a highlight, and then I think we're basically done with the hair. Just need a highlight here. We don't need anything complicated. Yeah, I think we just have a highlight on this section here. I'm gonna see if I'm thinking if I want one down there, but I don't think I do. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think that works. We do have to add a little bit of shading to the wings. Use this. Alright, and we can actually do some of the veins like this. They're not too difficult to do. You just kind of do a couple of sweeps across like that and then branch them out. There we go. Right, we gotta do outlines. Outline colors, but I think otherwise we're good there. Gotta do some layer naming. Okay, I do want to do one more thing for the wings, because I think it adds a lot. And one more wings layer, and we'll do an add glow this time. It's a very simple little trick, and it adds a lot, I think, in drawing wings like this. Should go for this. And we just add sparkle. A little too light. A little too large. Quite a lot too large. Let's add some sparkles in. It's almost unnoticeable, but it just adds a little bit of texture to the wings. I like it a lot. Okay. Outlines. Outlines is super easy. We'll do that now. Okay. Start with the white. Okay. Now let's do black. Comes down a little. Oops, I missed a bit for white there. That bit should be white. Then we have this. I was actually really worried today that this drawing would be done in like an hour and I wouldn't have anything else to do for the stream. I'm glad this is actually taking a little bit because I'm having a lot of fun. So I wasn't planning to stream art today initially. I had another thing planned, I've mentioned. So originally I was going to be playing A Hat in Time with Jen, but unfortunately she had to cancel. We really managed to succeed in making this song completely fairy core. Which was the intent for this song, if you're not familiar with it. Okay. Not sure I'm happy with that actually. I think I wanna... Okay. Is there a way to adjust? Yes, no. Is there a way to adjust? I'm looking at the tools I've got. I want to adjust just this color. I guess I just draw it over again. It's fine. I think the purples can look better on this. Yeah. There we go. That's the one. That's the right outline color. I'm not a fan of the dark blue. It needs to be more purple. It's a technique I learned from sprite art, actually. Is that you very rarely want to use pure black or pure white unless you have a particular reason to do so. It's a little bit easier when you're working with a lot more pixels. Because the way people see color, Pure black and pure white take up a lot of visual space. So if you've only got like 6 pixels to work with, you don't want to be using black and white directly, because in most cases, because it kind of eats the colors around it. You can, of course, use that to your advantage if you know what you're doing. That's a whole other thing. So here I'm using black, but this black is actually really, really, like, a fairly dull purple and not even particularly dark. But it looks black. Link's eyes, on the other hand, are pure black. And that's why they look so soulless, which is the point. Now my hat is pure white, and usually I would make that kind of an off blue, or maybe a yellow even. But I actually really like how it looks with their like pure white on the hat, so I'm keeping it. I guess we'll do skin tone. I think that works. Scribble, 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 scribble. Okay. So I used to actually do quite a lot of pixel art. I don't really do as much anymore, but I used to do it quite a lot. I got reasonably good at it. I like pixel art. It's a lot of fun. To redo that black anyway. Down to the thighs.
Sup?
Hi Nova, welcome in. You're having a good day? I'm drawing my thighs at the moment. It's one of the best things about being gay. I can look at my own thighs and be like, damn, these are good thighs. You're both excited and nervous regarding new job developments? Okay, let's go. That sounds positive. Getting into full-time work next week and you're both excited and nervous for the opportunity. You won't be able to talk in other streams as you would have hoped? That's alright. Neighbor Hooker is reporting an oddish with perfect IVs. Let's go! Yeah, you must be getting something. Promise to check in when you can. That's totally fair. Don't force yourself if it's tricky. I hope the job treats you well. Yeah. I don't have a lot of good experiences with full-time work, unfortunately. I used to work in game development. It didn't actually last very long, unfortunately, because I didn't realize at the time how badly my disabilities were affecting me. And so, it became very starkly obvious when I was in full-time work just how much of a problem my disabilities were going to be. You're going to take a data process and try and find a balance? Yeah, finding the balance is the important thing. Yeah, so I have not had sort of full-time traditional work in that sense for a long while. Fundamentally, this is my job, streaming. It is the only thing I have found I can do consistently. Yeah, just do what you gotta do to take care of yourself is the important thing. Your health is more important than anything else. Alright, silver. I'm gonna get some silver in there. My art is really good. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I'm not the most confident in it. That is the idea. This is my silly blindfolded me. This is for a series of videos, of streams. Not videos, streams I'm planning to do in the future. Near future, actually. Where I am going to be trying to play Ocarina of Time, blindfolded. Well, okay, technically I won't actually be blindfolded, I will still be able to read chat, but I won't be able to see the game, is the important thing. I promised it on my birthday, for my birthday last year, during my birthday subathon. And, bunch of stuff happened in my life that made me not able to do it, so, I'm feeling finally at a point where I feel like I can actually be able to do it. I was hoping that would look better. It needs to be darker. We'll fill this in now, and then we'll see about getting this darker. That looks a little better, actually. That should work for the silver. Okay. We have hair, boots, and wings left to do. So, hair... we'll do boots first. Actually, I want to change the color of the boots. I should do that before doing the outline color. I want to just make these a little bit redder and a little bit more saturated, I think. Wait, hang on. I see what the problem there is. We want to... Where's boots shadows? We'll turn those off for now, so we can just see that. There we go. That's better. That's closer to where it should be. There we go. Now I can get a good outline for these. That works. Maybe a little bit darker. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright, that's boots done. We got hair and wings. Oh, we got the gold as well. We'll do those first. Okay. Okay. Hair. Okay. You ruined it. Okay. Right. This is an awkward area where a lot of lines join, so. There we go. Okay. Okay. Just smaller brush for this. Okay, that's hair. We just have the wings to do now. Okay. Eight should be good. That's giving you a really tight brush. What's been decided? Oh, banger alert! Banger alert! Scorpions? Okay. Terrifying. All rise for the Fail Girl anthem, I guess. What do you mean decided? Running like a chicken with its head cut off. I love this song so much. I'm so normal about this song. scorpions in my... There are no scorpions in my hat. My eyes so blurred, pretend time on we. I love this song so much. What, am I done? No. Yes, I won't back down. Can't help myself sing along to this. If scorpions in hat forever, never lonely. True, but then I'd have scorpions in my hat. Alright, I think we're done with me. Do we need these? No, those are there. Tale of Scorpion and Frog went very well. Trust the Scorpion. Yeah, fair. I'm sure that, yeah, that went great for everybody involved, right? I guess it's a bit of a glow up. Oh god! My penis! I love the song so much. Alright, we are gonna have to do a background. That is a thing we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to do the background. Oh. Penises are a lie. It's true. They're sold to you by the media. Penises aren't real. Okay, how do I want to do this background? I think I want to keep it relatively simple. Like, I could just kind of like add a blur filter to this, right? I could just blur this background and that would do. But I think no. I think I want to actually draw this. Okay, how do we want to do this? Swings chair on the system backwards. Yes, fair. You know who didn't have a penis? Who didn't have a penis? They taped sausages on people and we never noticed. Exactly. Now you're getting it. Jesus didn't have a penis. It's true. Jesus did not have a penis. Now, here's the thing. A lot of my drawing practice has been focused on figure drawing. I have basically no practice. You've become the worst youth. The genus. So, a lot of my drawing practice has been on figure drawing. I have done basically no environment art. And I gotta draw a big background right now. So I think I want to keep it relatively simple. Maybe even no outlines. But we're going to draw the outlines at first so we can decide that later. I'm not going to trace it, but I am going to use this as a reference for it. I'm going to use this kind of as a rough reference for position and things. I don't want to draw the grotto. The grotto is irrelevant. So the idea is we've got like... What I might do actually is I might use this... Your brain just thought of the worst thing and I genuinely shouldn't say it. It's either hilarious or I should be shot. Usually it's both. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so we kind of want... Here you go. Okay, go for it. Do it. Go on. Bet. Bet. So we got this building here. Oh, you were gonna make a Hitler joke? Yeah, please don't do that. So I'm basically using this screenshot as a reference for where objects should be, roughly. It was a joke at his expense. I mean, that's better. It's still not good. Let's just not make Hitler jokes, shall we? Your brain is mush right now. It's fine. Like, I know you well enough to know that you're not gonna do anything like praise Hitler or anything. Oh, that's slightly lower, yeah. I don't know if tracing this is the right call or just using it as a reference sheet. Because, like, I took this screenshot from, noclip.website. So it's not like it's not like it's just some website, it's some screenshot I cribbed off something. But I think I want to try and draw it myself. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. That's kind of the shape. Like, this is kind of getting the shape across. There's the well here. I'm drawing it with a ruler tool, by the way, so I can get straight lines on everything. I know, I'm bad at drawing straight lines. I'm too gay for it. Like, the thing is, I know, like, tracing stuff is frowned upon, but I don't know if it's actually not a bad idea in this case. And I know it's mainly frowned upon because it's kind of stealing, right? But it's kind of not in this case, because I'm drawing a pre-established location from a screenshot I took. It feels like it might be alright in this case, but I don't know. I don't know what people's thoughts are on that. Because, like, it doesn't seem like it would be a bad thing in this case. I think I might just use this. I might actually just, like, trace the vague outlines of everything. I'm gonna delete this layer and start again. You see it like remix, if you spin it to your means, that's fine. Yeah, like, I'm not just, like, tracing it to, like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think what I want to do is just, like, basically place lines, ruler lines around here. Just to get the shape of everything right. Because, like, these shapes are hard. And then, like, actually fill in the details myself. Like, I intend for the background to be relatively lightweight. Like, it's not going to have a lot of detail. Or even a lot of shading, really. Probably just some basic stuff. But I think this is reasonable. I think this is a reasonable use of, like, quote-unquote tracing. Because my goal is not, you know, an 100% copy of what it is I'm looking at here. My goal is to create a recognizable location. And it's mostly just drawing, like, perspective lines, really. It's just getting the perspective lines in, to be perfectly honest. It's the main idea. And I've been pretty approximate with it, honestly. I think this is fine. I don't think anyone will complain at me. Like, if I had taken someone else's art and I was doing this to someone else's art, I think that would be too much. But I'm doing this to a screenshot from a game that I took, right? Actually gonna take some creative liberty here. Extend that out a little bit. So it's a little more visible. I'm not gonna bother with the sign. The sign isn't necessary. And again, I'm planning to make this a very simple background. I'm not going to get a lot of detail in it. I'm probably just going to be block colors for the most part. That's where it needs to be. This is just so I can draw the straight lines as well. This isn't for like all of the detail. I don't know. I probably won't even use half of these. They are there for when I need them. Do. I really chose a complicated background, didn't I? I wanted some, like, depth to it, though. I wanted some, like, detail in the background, even if it's not a lot. Okay, I think that's, like, all the major lines. Yeah, okay. That's, like, all the major lines we need, I think. It's not all the lines we need, and not all the detail we need, but it should be the major lines. Wait, no, this is actually the layer I want to work on. This is just the idea. You kind of just do this. Probably should have done this one building at a time, really, rather than doing it all at once. Turn those off. Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. There we go. That's cool. Nice. See, B is the shortcut for that? Nope. Okay, so we've got like the basic outline of this building now. Got the door in. There we go. Hi, Tacky. Oh wait, no, I can't see you. Never mind, you're just out of sight. Lovely little morsel. Please don't eat me. Hi, Tacky. I hope you're doing well. I think we don't need more detail than that. Could be better? Paying the piper for your actions for the last day and a half. Oh no! That sounds worrying. Hope you're okay. You left home yesterday and got home 9:30 a.m. your time. Okay. That explains it. That's, yeah. Take care of yourself. I also realized that for the last, like, hour, I have been sitting on my leg because I am bisexual and cannot sit normally. And now my leg is asleep. Now, some ladies are a lot. Damn right. I should account for that. We do need the little posting here. Could have a little fun with this, maybe. I think I'm just not going to bother with the Hylian text, and we're just going to blow up the little like hammer symbol onto it. Because the specifics of the flyer are not as important as having the flyer there itself, so we're just going to kind of do this. Welcome back, Fusion. Of your current conditions, because of your actions is because of my actions is stiff and sore right arm. Hey yo. Welcome back, Fusion. You got a perfect IV Ekans. Nice. I've not played Pokemon Go for a while. Let's do this building. The lady was perfectly happy though? Hells yeah. What I like to hear. We love a happy lady. There's so much more to do now. I bet. I haven't played Pokemon Go since like 2016, right? If you do rejoin, you give me a code to get bonuses. I probably won't, in all honesty. I don't really see a reason to. 2 hours of massage and healing is exhausting? I bet. Sounds like a lot. You can trade with peace around the world? That's pretty cool. I like that. Skull to my house. Oh, nice. That's sweet. I'm gonna change how that is up there. So I'm gonna use this for the basics there, and then we hide this again, and now we can add some detail. Probably going to be getting rid of the outlines, I think. You can heat up your hands to an inhuman level, kind of like the heated rocks they use at spas. Oh! That's kind of awesome, actually. I could really go for a massage, honestly. You just reach forever friends, just your remote trade once every 90 days. Once every 90 days? That's kind of wild. The last time I played Pokemon Go, it still only had Kanto Pokemon. And I don't really feel the need to go back into it, honestly. I enjoyed it when I was playing it, and then I just don't really see the need to play it again. Okay, so these are like boarded up windows, so let's actually just kind of do that. You could turn your arm into a vibrating device? What the heck? We do have to get the shutters in here, because otherwise it kind of doesn't make sense to have the boards on the window. Force both sets of muscles on either side of your arm to pull at the same time. That's kind of wild. It's a cool talent. So one of my disabilities that I have is chronic pain, and I'm mentioning this for a reason. Because a lot of my chronic pain stems primarily from my back. God, that's what I wouldn't give for a good massage. You can use other people as a battery to power or boost healing powers? I am... okay. Like, are you sure you don't actually have literal superpowers? Are you sure these are just skills you have? Are you sure you're not actually someone with superpowers? Oh, what did I just... what did I just do? What did I just do? What did I just do? Oh, what just happened? Okay, what just happened? Did you all see that, or was that just me? Because every window on my screen just closed, and then came back. Are we still good on the stream? I tried to control S and I pressed the wrong button. Is everything still okay? I don't know what I just did, but all my windows closed. I think we're still okay. I think the stream's still okay. Oh, are we still okay? Is the stream still going? I genuinely can't tell if everything is alright or not. I guess I'd best, like, actually open my stream on Twitch and see if I'm still actually live. Stream's still up? Okay, cool. Good. 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 Okay. That's fine then. I don't know what just happened, but all my windows disappeared and it showed me that they were all closed and I was just like, wait, what the heck? My music didn't stop though. So I was a little confused. I love this song. Music is Katamari. This is a song from Katamari. Lonely Rolling Star. It's an incredible bit of music, and I love it. Okay. Cuckoo Lady's house is mostly done. Gonna do the window. Like, I do hope nobody is taking issue to the fact that I'm tracing over a screenshot for most of this. I don't have a lot of experience with backgrounds. And obviously tracing is not something I Tracing is generally not something I would do. But I figure it's slightly different. You have more thoughts? I just don't want anyone to feel like I'm, like, cheating or anything. I'm not, like, I just want to make good art. Honestly, I just want to do my best. And I feel like I can do my best if I use this as a little shortcut. It's good training for making backgrounds. Yeah, I just don't have a lot of experience with it. I'm going to skip the actual shutters on this. I'm just going to make it a blank window. You do the same thing? Fair enough. I guess it's like, there's a line between, like, using reference and tracing. But at the same time, like, this is outright a screenshot from a game that I have taken, framed how I want it to look, more or less. But I want to make the effort to actually draw. Like, I could just blur this screenshot and call it a day, right? But there's a reason I'm not doing that. I actually don't want to draw a line there. I want to use that as a guide. You paint and do poetry and do prose? That's fair. I apparently do poetry. If Blue Sky is to be believed. Point it where I do a loose sketch for the tracing, then sketch that, and make a line out of that. Oh, that's fair enough. I think I probably just I'm just doing, like, clean line art here, straight away. Mainly because I'm intending to dump the line art eventually anyway, and I just want the broad shapes. And I mainly just use I'm not really so much tracing everything as I am just, like, using it as perspective lines and a reference. It just happens to be a reference that I'm fundamentally drawing over the top of. That's actually in the wrong spot for that, so we'll just get rid of this and freehand it. Yeah, it's just a case of, like, if I was tracing somebody else's artwork, then that would be one thing. But as it is, what I'm tracing is a screenshot that I framed for this purpose. Because I am drawing a specific location from a specific game. Slay the Spire 2 lets you draw on the map? Oh, that's nice. That was perhaps my favorite feature of Phantom Hourglass, was the fact that you could draw on the map. I really liked that. I wish I wish I had space for a 3D printer. Specifically doing something you'd never done before. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I am planning to use this bit of artwork, but again, this is also something I've never done before. I don't really do backgrounds, particularly. I'm gonna freehand that. I'm gonna freehand this. That's the top of the stairs. I'm specifically not drawing the stairs because Ocarina of Time, including the Ocarina of Time 3DS, has them flat, and I want to actually give them some volume. Your brother got real into 3D printing, but he got a better one, so me and my parents have kept his old one. Oh, cool. Coffee pod rack. That's cool. Like, my idea is to just get, like, the vague shape of Kakariko down so that it's obvious where the place is, if you see what I mean. love this song. The Xenoblade X soundtrack was so wild. Prints custom hearts a lot because of airsoft stuff. That makes sense. I'll freehand those. I will do this though. Yeah, I wish I could do 3D printing stuff. I just don't have the space for a 3D printer. Or the money, frankly. I don't have the money or the space for a 3D printer. I wish I did. Okay, that's the building site. We just have the windmill to draw now. Oh wait, no, there's a little bit of the building site I missed. Not that it really matters. I'm not going to use that there. Yeah, there was a point where I like drawing like this, but this is far from the only like art that I've done, right? There was a point where I was writing a and I do want to go back to it. I need to rewrite it from scratch, but I was writing a novel at one point fairly recently. It wasn't good, but I was doing it. I need to actually draw I need to draw these. I think we just kind of do it like this. I'm not going to bother doing that. We'll freehand that. Hey. Oh, I didn't do lines for the middle one here. Should do that. Let's erase this, because we've got stuff in front of this. We'll work that out in a minute. I didn't do one of them later either. What the heck? Okay. Okay. And I should freehand these. Draw the ends of all of these. Miss Endwalker. Like the lead up to Endwalker and like finding out what the heck was going on in that story was so good. Okay. I'm not going to bother with a lot of the detail here. We're just going to kind of eyeball it and shove it together. Do it like this. Yeah, that gets across the idea. Weirdly thirsty today. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, okay, I think this is working. I think this will work as a background. I have been mostly focusing on practicing figure drawings because, like, for the most part, what I want to draw is people in a variety of styles. But this piece in particular kind of demands a background, and I think it's doing it a disservice to just kind of use a screenshot and call it a day. So I'm gonna try. If I have to, if it doesn't look any good, then I can use a screenshot, but we'll give it a go. It's a lot of, like, very small details to get this windmill looking even remotely okay. The windmill is kind of like a focal fixture. I have to have it in the background. Sorry I'm not talking super much. I'm just kind of vibing while I'm listening to the music. I'm like focused. I think the addition of the music player has been good for me. It gives me something to, like, focus on, I guess. Alright, that's windmill, mostly done. Still gotta do the top of the windmill, and then I gotta do, like, other bits of the background and stuff. Okay, and this bit here. And then this bit here. Okay. Gotta clean up some of this. I think we may be done with the ruler. I think I just need to clean up this, honestly. I gotta draw the hills and these few fences. Fences should be simple. And these don't need to be perfectly straight. It's just as well, because I'm not. I know I make that joke like every single time, but it will never not be funny to me. So get used to hearing it, I guess. Okay. Oh, hang on, I missed a bit here. I'm gonna bulge it out a bit there. Yeah. Oops. Do the same here. This doesn't need to be very straight, honestly. This fence can be very wobbly. It's absolutely fine if it is. We're just gonna do the 3 for the 4 as well. Just for clarity's sake. Okay. Do. I need to catch up on a lot of anime that I've been missing out on. I haven't watched season 2 of Frieren. I haven't even watched season 2 of Penny and Stocking either. I wanted to, I just haven't got around to it, I guess. There's a lot of shows I started and didn't finish either. Like, I watched most of City and I didn't finish that. It was fun. Enjoyed that. for what I've seen of it. Weird show, but you know, that's to be expected. I just, for whatever reason, found myself with less time lately. Mainly because a lot of the time I would have otherwise spent, like, watching anime and stuff like that, I've been spending streaming, and I've been enjoying it a lot. But then there's also the fact that, like, when I'm done with streaming, I'm often quite tired, so I'm often just more tired than usual lately, especially after the move. So I just kind of want to get a vague sort of rocky shape here. Like, this is getting across the idea, I think. We're getting there. Stairs. I think we're going to have to use rulers for this, but it's not going to be quite how it is in the main thing. We're going to make these double width just to save on, so it doesn't get too crowded, basically. This is not the right angle. There it is. There we go. Now I draw lines across here. Why are all the songs here making me sad? Why are they all sad songs? I mean, not all of them, but like a lot of them. I mean, like, I suppose that's what happens when I listen to my playlist for 6 hours. I guess that'll do it. Why is this so quiet? I don't know why this song's so quiet. It's like not even coming through on stream. Let's just skip this one. I need to work that out. There we go. We'll listen to this instead. I love that song, but it was so quiet I could barely hear it, and it wasn't coming through on stream, so... There we go. I gotta do it over here too. clean this up. We need another thing here. Oh, we need a ruler tool. There it is. Okay. That's the basic outline of the background, I think. I think what we're going to do now is I need to add in these lines, I think. Which I initially avoided doing because I thought I would blend them into the grass a bit more, but I think I do need them. So we're going to draw them. This one's in the wrong spot though, so we're going to have to draw this separately. Let's do that. Okay. Okay. Can now hide the ruler layer forever. Okay, so that's our background shape. And if we add these two in, I think having this without the outlines is going to work best. So I think what we're going to do now is I'm going to make another layer, and we're going to just start coloring. Yeah. Oops. We're just going to color like basic colors for now. And we'll adjust them later. Maybe like add some shading or something. I think that's the kind of color I want actually for these. I know this isn't... I'm just kind of eyeballing the colors, and they're not like game accurate at all, but the idea is that they might be like close enough to be like usable. See what I mean? Like a dark wood color. Do-do-do. Sad music. God damn. This song made me cry so hard. I'm not even kidding. I cried for 2 hours when I first heard this song. Some of these by hand. Wait, doing them by hand isn't going to work. Let's do this. That works. No, it doesn't. What the heck? Oh, because I did it for that too. Okay, hold on. I think I won't get rid of the outlines, but I might like mute them slightly. Because I think getting rid of them is going to cause more headaches than it solves. I can do this by hand. I feel like I'm not really saying much at the moment. I'm just kind of locked in on drawing. When I get into the zone for something, I could just go at it for hours, and I'm very much in the zone right now. I hope I'm not being too, like, boring for everybody. I still very much consider myself like I still have a hard time associating myself with a label of artist, right? What's up, Fusion? Don't worry about it. Okay, I won't worry about it. Worrying has been stopped. I will stop worrying. Your emotional support, Faye. Well, I appreciate that. I remember saying when I first started streaming that my goal with all of this is that if I can make one person's day better by streaming, by just giving them a place to be. Factual evidence denies error. Yeah, like I know, I just have a hard time like associating with a label, you know? But you are right. I think I need an even lighter wood shade, which can be used for the shutters here. It should actually be used for these planks. But yeah, I've always said to myself, if I could make one person's day better by doing this, then I am succeeding. What color is that normally? It is yellow, okay. It's like light. What if we do it as like this? Yeah, okay. We get the brick color for the rooftops. Okay, making progress. We need this. I think weirdly having the gap close lower is going to make it easier to fill this stuff. Yeah. There we go. I think it was confusing itself by trying to fill too many gaps. And actually causing more problems than it was solving. Wow, what a contrast in the music there. To go from one of the most music from one of the most emotional ending sequences of any game I have played to Escape from the City. I have a very I have an argument in game design circle that City Escape is one of the greatest openings to a game of all time. Oh, I'm sorry to I'm sorry to like remind you of what's going on with that, because that is a whole mess of nonsense. I love this song a lot. But I often argue that City Escape is one of the greatest openings of all time in video games. Because where the common example of an incredible opening to a video game is Super Mario Brothers. And for a good reason. That opening level is very good at teaching the player how the game works. Sonic Adventure 2's opening does something quite different. It doesn't so much teach you how the game works. I mean, it does, but not... What it does even better than that is that it sets the tone. It tells you exactly what you're getting into when you are playing Sonic Adventure 2. What kind of game are you playing? The kind of game where you surf down the streets of San Francisco riding a broken part of a helicopter with a jamming track playing in the background. That's the kind of game you're playing right now. And you know full well exactly what you're getting into when you play Escape from the City. And even though it's technically not always the first level, you could play a different level first. I'm going to actually do this guy on a separate layer, I think. So that is the basic background that we're looking at. It does kind of work with those off, but I think it works better if we do have the lines. And we are going to need to do some shading, so we're going to do that. Whoops, not that. We need this first. There we go. We're going to need some very basic block shading. We're going to use some... We are going to do some other stuff too, but basically, basic block shading is at the start off. The cityscape or the story begins with who's going to win. I'm not sure what you're referring to with that one. Actually, that's the wrong color. That should be the dark color. It's the ceiling. That's the roof. Oh, opening lines to Eggman. Yeah. Like, starting a dark story is not the worst thing you can do. It's an interesting story. I think that's the basic block shading, and then I think what we do then is we just add a little bit of shading detail with our trusty pen. And I mean broad strokes. Yeah, this is working, I think. This is working for me, I think. I think we ignore that and we just do it here. Just keep it super simple. Shading wise. I do want to do it here. We might need to use a ruler for this. Need a ruler. Fill in our gaps. Yeah, I love Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2 is one of my comfort games. I played it a lot as a kid. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking good. I might need to add some like rock details, but we'll do that in a minute. We'll do that after we've done some basic shading. God, the FF14 soundtrack really does just slap, doesn't it? Alright. Wait, this whole wall should be in shadow. That's gonna help the windows stand out there too. Which is nice. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I think we need to do some. We're not going to shade the rest of them. We're going to shade the thicker logs here. Wait, what am I doing? I'm doing this wrong. You sit in the middle of where I want the shadow. There we go. There we go. Just delete the ruler. Clean this up.
Eat the world and become its new god. Be burst anew in the fires of creation and take up your true mantle, the Wiggler.
You okay, Erstwhile? You haven't been at the mushrooms again, have you? Thanks for the follow, Jinx88. Came into that nonsense. I appreciate it. You're an accomplice to my crimes now, by the way. Congratulations. I think Erstwhile might have been at the mushrooms again. Yay! More mushrooms for the lawyer. No! Fewer mushrooms for the lawyer. I need him. I need him to actually do lawyer things. Should help add some depth to the windmill. A little bit, yeah. That actually adds quite a lot. Okay, great. We gotta add some to the mountains over here. Whenever he gives law advice, you say no? True! Because his law advice is terrible lately. He's usually really good at that. But lately, his legal advice has been slipping. Someone must have been giving him very bad advice. And or mushrooms. Hint, hint. Just because they grow in the void doesn't mean that psychoreactive. They're not growing in the void, they're growing in my house. The void mushrooms are different. Wait, have you been giving him the void mushrooms? No wonder he's having problems. Gods! I never said they were magic. I just said I had mushrooms in my house. My house is a tree. Of course it's gonna grow mushrooms. I live in a tree. Have you not seen this? What do you mean I'm such a square? Heck you. You've been mean to me. Mean to me. Do you not understand what magic... I know what magic mushrooms are. I was just extending the bit. What do you mean, sure? What do you mean, sure?
Vad kan Jaglis dude?
What do you mean, ban not being a square? What do you... What do you mean? You mean try harder? Get good scrub. What? What are you talking about? Oh, this is definitely working. I need to actually add some like brick texture details, so we're gonna do that next. Do that underneath this. I lost the game. I did lose the game. It's true. Hey, Wolfwings, thank you for the melon. I have a melon on my head now. I hope you'll enjoy that. Alright, I gotta add some like brick details. So let's just accidentally reorder my things. Arguments are invalidated by melon. That's true. That is true. Any of that maybe? No thoughts on a melon. Really a melon might work. No, I don't need a lot of details. I just need to like... like this. This is the kind of thing I need. Up in here being like your ribcage. If you have a square ribcage, you have a heck of a medical emergency. Yeah, that adds a lot actually, just a little bit of brick texture. Makes it hard to lift things above your head and breathe deep on occasion, cause excruciating pain. Yeah, you've talked about it a little bit. Be there or be square, as in we will compact you into a square. That's true. It does happen. You went in with chest pains as a child. The doctor literally said, "This is the strangest thing I've ever seen." That's always something you want to hear from your doctor. The curve is a lot less curved than it should be. Ah, I see. For sure time as a newborn, I have what was called a musical heart. Especially your heart had a highly irregular beat. Worked just not a normal pattern. Fixed itself over the following months, but it was a thing apparently. Thought you had a hole in your heart. Oh jeez. Just existing to your own beat, as we all should. Except maybe not with your heart rate, because that's potentially very, very dangerous. You like the term musical heart? I do too. I think this is working to get across the like idea of what these buildings are made of. Selling the idea that they're made of stone, I think. It doesn't need much. It just needs a little bit to kind of hint at the texture. Yeah, like this is doing a lot to like just sell the texture, I guess. Need to do some up here too. We'll do some on the windmill first. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't mean much at all, but it makes a huge difference to like how the background feels just to have these little bits there. we go. Okay. We're going to add some actual grass eventually as well, and that'll help, I think. But we got to do a bit of painting here as well, which is actually going to be normal. Because I want to add a little bit of texture to these with a soft brush. It's tricky use with the kobolds fan art you made recently. Yeah, that fan art was really good, by the way. Only put scales in certain areas so it's not too visually busy and keeps their cartooniness without it being too smooth. Yes. That's the idea. I think we still need the outlines, but we're going to have to colour those and that's going to be a nightmare. What else is there? Grass. We need grass. Grass at least is somewhat easy to do. Because we can just kind of do this. I'm going to do it in strips, I think. So we'll do this bit here is about the right size. And then we're going to do a larger particle. Not quite that big. Like foreground there. And somewhere in between the two, so about 200. Wait, I should do them in like distance order, so I should do like far away grass first. Okay, then we're going to do some slightly bigger grass. There we go, and then some slightly bigger grass. Wait, I gotta erase that one first. Then we get an even bigger one just for this foreground set. Right, that's what the problem is. This should actually probably be there. No. This does want to be a separate thing, but we have to manually shade it separately. So we're gonna grab this. Do it like this. This way we can get some of the depth of the grass in there into the shadows. Which is going to look really nice, I think. Did I move the whole thing over by 1 pixel? No, it's just like 1 pixel too narrow. Huh. Weird. That's fine. I'll fix that. What a sad song. Alright, this one's gonna be tricky. Turn this way down. Because doing it like this, I can really get the impression and really sell the fact that the grass is like in shadow rather than just kind of a 2D shape plastered over the top. You see what I mean? Probably should have done these layers of grass in like separate layers, but never mind. More you learn. And I can get this. See what I'm doing here? See how this works? Get the idea? Yeah. This is gonna be a pain as well. The idea is that the grass is based. The shadows for the grass are based on where they are at the base of the grass, not the tip. Which gives you a little bit of depth to things. Which is why that's going to be a problem. As is that. We're going to just do this and then we're going to erase the ones that don't work. Okay, this is... I'm actually going to redo the grass. I'm going to redo the grass. I'm going to do it in multiple stages again. And the hues... we want to pick that. Hang on, why is that so wrong? That's in the wrong spot. Hold on. That needs to go all the way up to the wall. There we go. That's better. Right. To here, across. Okay, we want that actually to be close to 0. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Particle size, we want that to be about 64-ish. 50's good. Basically, I want to sweep over there, because this is where this set of grass is going. So you need to turn the brush size down a little. We'll do it here first, and then we'll do a sweep here. There. Raise the grass that's in the air. Okay. we'll ignore that for now. Another layer with about 100 size grass. Okay. Kind of a middle layer. Another layer with maybe 200 size. Now I need to increase the brush size to about 250. Another layer with particle size around 300. Just to go on the foreground. Okay, that's a little better. Now I can do each layer individually in terms of shadow. I think most of these are going to be in shadow. There we go. Okay, that's one layer. I'm going to turn this down a bit. Yeah, it works. Then it's onto this layer, for which most of this is going to be darkened. Not all of it. Alright, well we gotta... Oh right, I made that really, really tiny. That's why. There we go. Okay. Good, okay. That's about right. Okay. We gotta fix this. So we need a small but not minuscule brush. So these here are not in shadow. These blades need to be lit back up. Okay. This is going to be a painful one. Okay. I think what I want to do actually is we'll start with a bigger one and erase like that, because I think the rest will be in shadow if we do that. So we now need to fill in with a very tiny brush these bits. Okay, I think we're good there, and now we just need one more. Okay, that's looking alright. I'm liking this background. Now I think what I need to do though, I need to start work on these outlines. We gotta get that Ocarina of Time sky in there. So let's make a sky layer. It's like there is like a gradient on that, so we'll do a gradient here. I kind of want to go. We'll go foreground to background. But we're gonna go we've got to get quite a deep blue. Into quite a pale blue. Like that. And it's like that, basically. There we go. We'll work that out later. But we've got something there for now, which is nice. Right, we need to do outlines. We gotta do some outlining. Alright, outline time. Where are my outlines? They're here, aren't they? Yes. So we need a layer above that, which is clipped to it. And I guess we're doing some outlining then. This is going to be fairly painful, but it should be alright. No, wait, we need to pick this blade color. This is going to just take a while, is the thing. I don't know why it's like 1 pixel too small. What we're going to do actually is I'm going to grab all of this, except the gradient, and we're just going to make it 1 pixel wider, I guess. Okay. Let's do what color next? Probably the... No, we're still on dark. We're still on dark wood, aren't we? No, we need the slightly paler wood and then the much paler wood. Okay. Guys, this song's violins go way harder than they have any right to. Oh wait, I did miss one of the sections of the darker wood. It's here. So scribble that. There we go. Okay. I'm being much more approximate than I would be with a figure drawing, but I think that's okay, because this is not a focal point of the piece. Gods to backgrounds take a while, huh? I'm not gonna lie, when I first started this, I was thinking this was gonna be like a relatively simple piece, and I've just kept adding more detail because I'm not satisfied with doing it simply. That's okay. You know what? It grows. My style grows. That's what I'm trying to say, and I'm okay with that. Okay. Eventually, before I actually use this, I'm going to be reducing the size of this by half. I'm drawing this in 4K, and I'm intending to actually use it at 1080p. Like, I'm going to save it, but I'm going to reduce the size of it. So a lot of the smaller details and, like, errors are going to get lost. That's why I'm not too worrying much about stray pixels and things. They'll disappear as I scale it down. starting to get a little hungry. I ate before stream, but that was almost 7 hours ago, so I'm starting to get a little hungry again. I'm gonna get myself something to eat when I'm done. It is coming up to 7 hours. Yeah, this does not I was worried I would be done with this piece like too early for it to make a proper stream. And here we are, 7 hours later, and I'm still going. I gotta say, I have so much respect for people who like do this more regularly than me, like art and drawing, because like there's so much work that goes into it. I find there is nothing that gives you empathy for people better than trying what they do, like for people's careers and like how difficult it is to make something. Just try it out. Try and make something for yourself and see how hard it is. Like, I find drawing quite relaxing. I like it a lot, actually. There's something nice about the act of creation, right? Like, if you're ever finding yourself in a state where you're, like, criticizing someone from the armchair, effectively, but I don't think that's going to be anyone in my chat, because, like, that's not really what we do here. But if you're ever in that situation where it feels like you find yourself thinking something like that, try and actually do it for yourself, and then see how difficult it is. And if you're right, and they are doing something wrong, then hey, you made something anyway, right? It's the thing I see specifically in like games a lot, where people are like criticizing how games are made. I'm like, why isn't this game optimized? Why is it like, why does it run less badly? Why is this a problem? Why are these bugs in that? And it's like, well, try and make one yourself. See how difficult it actually is. Because often the reason is not that people are incompetent, it's that making games is hard, and that it costs a lot of money, and a lot of time, and a lot of studios do not want to put that money and time into the process. And the same is true of just about any creative medium. A lot of people think being a writer is easy. It ain't easy. So yeah, I can type words in Microsoft Word. Yes, you can. Can you write a coherent narrative? Can you edit? Can you like structure things in a way that's actually entertaining to read? Because those are the hard bits. Typing words, not hard. It's the same as like art, right? Putting the pen on the paper is not hard. Making a coherent piece of artwork is a difficult thing. But there's no reason not to try, right? I'm just kind of rambling to myself at this point. Remember a game I made for my college project? The UI kept inexplicably turning invisible. I managed to work out where it was happening, what was happening, not how it was happening. So I said, should assume failsafe that if you're flagged invisible, no you're not. Yep! That is so often the way it works in games. The number of times a fix for something is just an absolute hack, I think most people wouldn't believe it. I think most people wouldn't believe just how much of just noticed something. How much of game development is hacks upon hacks together until they actually start building something for themselves and realizing what that takes. Alright. We need the light wood now. You know, for a long time, one of the reasons I didn't make my own playlist to play on stream, part of it was that I was a baby streamer and kind of terrified of the DMCA, right? But I set it up to not publish to my VODs, and you know, it's fine. But one of the reasons, honestly, that I didn't do it initially or earlier is just that I was actually kind of like, I was somewhat embarrassed to share my music taste. I'll talk that you mentioned one of the things that I can do that doesn't come up a lot. I can edit quite well. Let my camera go into online spaces. Oh hells yeah! Nothing proper, you get so finicky. It's a difficult thing to edit like properly. It's not an easy task. Not everyone can do it. There are skills involved in this kind of stuff, and I think a lot of people end up like not thinking about the amount of skill that goes into creation of things. But yeah, I was honestly fairly embarrassed to share my music taste with people, I think. And because like it's a very underutilized aspect, yeah. I'm honestly like not. I've always been fairly embarrassed about my music taste because it's not, you know, the kind of things that. It's not the kind of thing that comes across as like. What makes like that people usually like praise, right? I guess. I don't know. I don't really know the words I'm looking for here, but like, I've always been a little embarrassed about my music taste, and I'm kind of getting some confidence up and just listening to stuff that I like. Because like this playlist that I put together is from songs that I have downloaded and actually like listening to. I enjoy listening to them. Remember to fix the volume on flow. Because the volume on that is so low and I don't know why. You still don't share with your family what music taste is? Because you're trying to explain video game music is actually a good route. Yeah, like, I've tried explaining to my parents, like, that video game music is not just, like, the same thing. And they just do not get it. Like, they do not understand that there is, like, a wide variety of fascinating bits of musical, composition involved in video games. So I've kind of just given up, but even among like people who are in the nerdy spaces, I'm kind of like, I don't tend to listen to a lot of music outside of like video game and anime soundtracks. Because like the context gives me some like emotional attachment to the piece of music, and that's what I like to listen to. It's like, it's not that I don't ever listen to anything outside that, but I just don't usually. And I think that's okay. Oh gods, I did it again. Okay. That's what it is. I pressed Windows and D instead of Control and S, and it minimized all my windows. Okay. That's what's going on. Yes, there was an entire orchestra necessary for this fight against a capitalist inside a train trying to run over my 4 goobers. Yeah, exactly. But my parents just hear video game music and don't put any other weight on that, and I think that's a shame. But I've started to I'm starting to pay more attention to me, right? I want to be me openly and without being ashamed of who I am. Video game music is a category that includes every genre. It is in itself not a genre. I agree completely. In fact, often you find mixing of genres within the same game. I mean, a great example of that is Final Fantasy XIV. That has music from basically every genre in it. And a lot of the anime music I listen to is J-pop, but not all of it. Or J-pop or J-rock, but not all of it. There's some blues in there. But yeah, video game music describes where the music is from and what it was made for, which does to a degree affect how it is composed, because for the most part video game music is expecting to loop, for one thing, and so there's elements like that that affect how it is composed, but it's not a genre in and of itself. Okay. This is the song that I started the stream with. I think I've gone through my entire playlist today. Not only do you get slapped by ads, but Buffett try to load the ads. That's really funny, actually. Yeah, I think I've gone through my entire music playlist today. Gotta turn this size down a bit, because we've got a little bit of detail work to do here. Alright. We're getting there. Okay. Alright. We're getting there. We're getting there. A lot of lines to color. Fortunately, most of them are the same color. So we're using this color. It's helping speed things up a little bit. I might go in and detail that grass a little bit. Hey. Stairs. I've got to deal with this. All these intersecting lines. I realize this is not the right color. It needs to be there. Careful. Go. I do want to detail this grass a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Just not have it growing from midair. This is the layer we're working on. Okay. Okay. See that? That needs fixing. Nice and simple fix. We're not done after we've coloured in the outlines, but we're definitely very much getting there. There's just a couple more bits of detailing to do once we've done that. Need a smaller brush for that. pretty sure my playlist has just started looping over from where it was at the start of stream again. I have it set to shuffle and loop, but because we've gone back through the entire playlist, it's just started looping the same shuffle order again. Which is fine, that's not a problem. I have about 100 songs in there, so it's not an insubstantial amount of music. Wait, that's incorrect. If you tap the brush, then hit shift, you can make a straight line. Thank you, Verity. That is useful information. I'm not actually trying to make straight lines right now, though. I am trying to, like... I'm just trying to be, like, careful. Brushing against these. This is not the best way to make colored outlines, but it does work. It might help a little bit. This is what we're working on right now. We're working on a little silly piece like this. This is what we've done today. I'm just doing the background stuff. It might help with the recolor. Oh, thank you, Verity. That means a lot. It means a lot to me, actually. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, the difficulty here is not so much making straight lines. It's more getting them in the very precise position to not overlap with other ones. Because I just have this entire layer as like a mask over the black outlines. Which is not the best way to do it, but it's a way I found works, so that's what I've been doing. I'm sure there is a better method. Okay. There we go. I hope you're having a good day, Verity. You see it to be fast and fighting game combos? That's totally fair. I however have no brain, so I just hit button and do color. I hit button and do scribble. I'm super happy with how the character figures came out. There's usually something about those that I'm not happy with, but I don't really know how to fix. But I can't really think of much that I'm, like, really unhappy with on those at the moment. And that makes me happy. You gotta recreate the ghost pottery scene with you, but instead it's of pottery, it's Cliff Shoot. That's really funny! Wait, that's really funny! Like, I know a couple of shortcuts, but not most of them. I'm a button clicker girly. I click buttons. Eventually I will learn shortcuts. Eventually they will happen. I'll pick them up slowly but surely. Spotted a bit I missed. Hold on. There we go. No. Okay. This is one of my first attempts at doing like a background, and it was partially traced from a screenshot, so I've taken some creative liberties, but I mostly traced like the actual buildings and things from a screenshot. Okay. Let's go. It's great practice. Yeah, I think so. I do want to eventually be able to like do my own backgrounds from scratch, of course, but especially with this being like supposed to like reference a specific location, it seems like it'll do this for now. Okay, this needs to get darker and purpler. Honestly, that probably shouldn't have an outline. Let's just make it match the displayed color. Let's just make it match. Okay. This, however, does need something. There we go. That's good. There's one thing I am proud of myself for, and is the ability to pick colors. I am pretty confident in my color picking abilities, making colors that kind of fit together and look good. Good. We don't want too much contrast for the outline here. Let's be about 10. That's better. Very vibrant. Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't used to be like incredible at the color picking stuff, but I used to do a lot of pixel art, and your color choice matters a lot in pixel art because you get so few of them. So having to like, you have to like make sure that the colors you do pick are like really specifically good ones that are also like that are not only like particularly like vibrant and distinct, but also like able to be used in multiple places. And so I got very, very good at picking the right colors for the job. There are people who do it better than me, I know that much. But I got pretty good at it, and I was not initially. Okay. I think we need to add a couple of clouds, and then I think we've got to add a little bit of shading onto the figures so that they don't blend into the foreground too much. Blend into the background too much. We might need to add some fog onto the background just to help differentiate things. But we can do that. I do need some clouds. We'll do those next. Shouldn't be a clip layer. Clouds are super easy. I could just do those with the effect thing, I think. There's a way to do clouds. I don't remember how to do clouds. Oh, it's here. This really gets the kind of Ocarina of Time look doing it this way. It's a little intense, so we'll just keep it relatively subtle, just to add a little bit of flavor to the background. That adds a lot, I think. Okay. Let me see about adding a little fog to this. By which I mean... I should add just like a blue haze of everything. Probably shouldn't be a multiply. It should be a overlay, I think, or screen. Overlay. No, I think screen is the right one. It needs to be quite subtle. It should probably be over here on a clip layer. Yeah, okay. And then we'll take this. we're going to grab the foreground areas. We'll do the grass separately. We'll do this foreground one and we'll just... Nope, not from there. We'll delete it from here, so that's not in fog. This needs to not be in fog. Wait, there we go. Take that out because that should be in fog. There we go. And then we want to take these middle pieces. I'm going to hide the figures here. So we want to take these kind of middling pieces here. Doesn't matter if we grab some from the existing spot. It just has to not be the rocks or the windmill. Wish I could zoom in more easily. Grabbing the scroll wheel on my mouse even though I'm not using my mouse. I could probably use the wheel on my tablet now I think about it, but whatever. Okay, and then I need to take out these segments. Instead of deleting this, I want to cut. Wait, hang on, no, I need to get rid of the grass. The grass needs to be separate. Wait, no, that's fine. Cut and paste with another screen layer, which can be slightly less. So we get this kind of distance fog look. Basically just adding a little bit of depth to the scene. If I turn this off, everything's kind of at the same level, but do that and then everything in the background kind of fades out a little. That works. Now the one thing I need to do now is the grass. So the grass needs to be separate because that needs to be a gradient. So that needs to be cut out of that and pasted on its own screen layer. And then I think all we do is like wait, no, I want to do it the other way. I want this to be like that. Yeah, okay. And that should help the figures in front pop a little more. A little bit. Yeah, it definitely does help. I'm going to turn that up to about 25. This one to about 20. And this one to about 20. That's helping, definitely. I do need to actually make these wings transparent though, so let me go back into my figure. Where is the flats? There they are. Okay. There we go. I might just do a little trick to make them a little bit more visible. Super, super silly trick, but I think it should work. Just slightly darken around the character where needed. Okay, and we'll do the same for Link. It's very subtle. You wouldn't even notice unless you know to look for it. That's the idea. Just to make them pop slightly. Okay. And we do need some... The last thing we really need is some actual, like, background shadows. Where's the top layer of grass? There. I think the top 2 layers of grass actually want to go above the figures. Right, I have to get that in there as well. Okay. In which case this needs to... removed around Link. Okay. Okay. But we do then have to get some shading in here. It's not a lot, and it doesn't have to be... Oh right, this is made this a clip layer, that's why. It doesn't have to be a lot, it just has to... Basically just has to darken the area so that it looks like Link is actually standing on the ground. Yeah, smaller brush just to really... Should be a multiply, not a normal. Why is it painting white right now? There we go. Okay. I do think I want to get... another gradient layer here, which is just going to be a foreground to transparent, white to nothing. Which is just going to be a... why is this radial? How do I change that? There we go. I just want to do this, basically. Across the whole scene. Screen. And then just make it quite subtle. Yeah, I think lighten. Lighten. Trying to work out. I'm basically just trying to make myself kind of pop out a little more. I think screen's the one. I think what I can actually do is I think I just want to thicken an outline around the two, just to really sell it. Let's get rid of that. That's not working for me. Let's duplicate both of these. Let's merge each separately. I'm not going to keep this. Okay. And then we do select, shrink selected area by, let's go 8 pixels. And then invert. Yeah, now I just got an outline there, which I can move around and do whatever I want with. So link copy. Oh, right, I meant to... do that. That does get rid of the transparency on the wings, but I can deal with that by going into here, selecting the flats, and we'll just rid of that, and we'll just select these and delete that from the outline. Okay, we'll do the same for link. Okay. We shrink selected area by 8. Invert, delete, and then fill. Maybe I want to actually darken rather than brighten. Maybe we do a black to transparent like this. Yeah, I think that helps. Don't think it needs much. I think if we lower it down to below the screens here, we can clip it to that so it doesn't affect the sky. It doesn't have to do much. It only needs to be about 4 or 5. Okay, I'm thinking I'm pretty happy with this, honestly. I'm pretty happy with this. I think we may be done, gamers. No, I want to do another saturation layer, and we're just going to do something that is fully saturated, basically. Green, we'll do like a green saturation, and then we're just going to crank that down just so we can bump the saturation slightly. Let's duplicate this one. We'll use it to do the brightness. So we can get these super vibrant colors without losing the characters in the foreground here. And I think what I actually want to do here is I want to grab Prolo, me, and move me a little. Because I don't like where I'm framed there. Wait, hang on, there's the... No, because there's the... My shadow, there's that too. I need to separate these two. Okay, I think we might be done. I think we might be done. Hide the reference layer. Yeah, it doesn't change anything, so we haven't missed anything. I think we're good. I think we're done. I want to move myself up a little bit, actually. I'm not, again, not quite happy with where I am. I want to bring myself kind of up here. Which I know is roughly where I was at the beginning, but, you know, details. Shush. Alright, I think we're done. This has been a very long art stream. But you know what? I think we're good. Yeah. Let me save this. It's a PNG. Thanks for being here, Fusion. I think we're gonna go find someone to raid. So let me see who is live right now. Thank you for being here, everybody. This has been a super fun stream. I've had a great time. This has been really good. Oh, you know who I never get to raid? I'm gonna raid. I know who I'm gonna. I never get to raid my buddy Ryusei, who has just started. He's playing EverQuest. He's literally just gone live. He's still in his starting soon screen. So let's go drop some people on Ryusei Shining Heart. So please do be nice to Ryusei. He is a lovely bean. And he is a good buddy of mine. So please be nice. And thank you for joining me today, everybody. I will be back with more Liza P next week, most likely. However, next week, I think it's next week. I'm losing track of it. Yes, next week is my birthday week. My birthday is next Sunday, and I will be doing some special things on Sunday and the following Monday for my birthday, which will be a lot of fun. And so I guess I hope you'll have a wonderful rest of your day, everybody. I've had a fantastic time today, and I hope you have too. And I will see you all very soon. Goodbye, everybody. Go be nice to Ryusei.